Yan King Pong, bless all small the praise. Chang Pong Nani, come Sikkim Brother. All protocol be observed. Greetings from the Maroons of Charlestown. Greetings out of their Savoyard. Greetings, greetings, greetings. This morning, I just want to welcome you to our 30th annual Maroon International Conference. And so this year, marked the 13th, a special year. We are going to be celebrating with our ancestors. We're going to be celebrating the life, the fight for freedom, the struggles, the victory. We're going to be celebrating so much of what our ancestors do using the way of our foreparents and our ancestors. Our topic and theme are sustainable and sustainable leadership. Sovereignty, talking about how sovereign our foreparents are and our people, and how we can also be sovereign and have a sustainable community. And so today we are here to celebrate, and as you join our link, I know that you're going to enjoy our celebration. You're going to be celebrating with us. You're going to be in the presence of our foreparents, of our ancestors. You're going to be like no other person today, but in the realm of your spiritualness. And so when we celebrate today, we are going to use our way of enjoyment. We're going to fulfill the plan and the strategy, the dreams, and the vision of our foreparents by spreading wide the cultural, educational aspect of our celebration, of our knowledge, of our culture, of our victory. And so we are here to pull you closer to us. Share the link as you go along. Full joy yourself, as they would say, or in other words, enjoy yourself. With that, I say, Medasi, Medasi, Medasi. Good boy.
Poke and Pope.
Yau bariko ariwa kanbatia. Bariko ariwa kanbatia. Batia bariko ariwa kanbatia. Batia bariko ariwa kanbatia. Batia bariko ariwa kanbatia. Bariko and Batia, Batia Bariko, Arawakan Batia, Batia Bariko, Arawakan Batia, Batia Bariko, Arawakan Batia, Bariko, Arawakan Batia, Batia Bariko, Arawakan Batia, Batia Bariko, Arawakan Batia. Hey, Atabe, hey, Atabe, hey, hey, Atabe. Atavera, hey, Ahum, gumatum.
Rish Kaiman, also known Usalu Kalida Yokuno, Nibon Rish Kaiman Diri, Kasike Yukayeki Yame Wanidaka, Konye Wakia Yaka Wamun Woperito, Wailino, Wahayona, Wow. Good day, my people. My name is Nibon Rish Kaiman, also known as Kalan, Kasike of Yukayeki Yame Wani, and today we are here to honor our ancestors, to nurture the future generations, and to honor specifically the ancestor Kwao on today's celebration. I will start by doing the Taino sacred call to the four directions, to the ancestral directions, to Mother Earth, to Father Sky, to the energies that are around us that guide us daily, to bless this gathering, to bless this day, to bless all who are witnessing. I will start in Wahiani, or language, and then I'll translate to English. So we bring our attention to the east. Wariko, Wariko, Waria, Iguana Boya, Mautia Tihuel, Warawauya, Chinchilinia, Seremain Musika Tiwa, Kiritima, Ako. From the winds of the east, from our sacred ancestral caves, we call upon the medicine, the red-tailed hawk, the Warawau, to grant us powerful vision, sight, to be mindful of the consequences of our actions, to be mindful of the paths that we are on, and the medicine that we create. Anhan. From the winds of the south, Wariko, Wariko, Waria Wanin, Wabonito, Busikatiwa Buhuyem, Busikatiwa Kiritima Arani, Seremain, Seremain, Seremain Mahaya, Auraya. From the winds of the south, we call upon the medicine of our great healers, our teachers. We ask for your medicine for healing, for cleansing of our space, of our being, helping us to shed our past, shed the things that no longer serve us. And anchor. From the winds of the west, Wariko, Wariko, Waria, Saraya, Pariwayaba, Opiel Wabiran, Seremain, 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 Busikatiwa, Kiritima, Kamaye, Kiritima, Waribo, Ani, Warawao, Ahom, Atorongo, Ahom, 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 Ahom. We call on the medicine of the ancestral realm, the medicine of the owl, the medicine of the bat. We ask for you to give us good hearing, for that deeper connection with the ancestral realm, to hear the guidance they're giving to us, to be able to maneuver the dark places and handcuff. Turn facing the north. Wariko, Wariko, Waria, Sibao, Kasiwa, Agua, Usikatiwa, Usikatiwa, Yaboa, Usikatiwa, Wanin, Seremain, Eitahe, Eitani. From the winds of the north, from our sacred mountains, we call upon the medicine of the hummingbird to grant us wisdom, to grant us knowledge, to share, to teach, to receive in a humble way. And handcut. Turn to Mother Earth, Atavera, Wariko, Wariko, Atabe, Tiba Kahubaba, Pitos, Limako, Mamona. Mother Earth, we come to you for the healing of all your children, plant kind, stone kind, animal kingdom. We thank you for this opportunity to share in ceremony, to nurture you in reciprocity, Kasawi, and handcut. Turn to Father Sky. Wariko, Wariko, Yukahuba, Guama, Ruputi, Ayawa, Ture. Kasi, Kati. Seremain, Seremain, Seremain. Usikatiwa. Usa Ikonye. Usa Ikonye, Wamun. Wayukayeke. Wataino. Wasimarabo. Today we give thanks to Great Spirit, one known by many names, the Great Provider. We ask for a beautiful day, a day of sharing, of knowledge, of wisdom, for all of our relations, for all of our people, from Maroon relatives, Simarabo. We give thanks for this opportunity to share, to grow, to nurture our souls, to honor our ancestors. And handcut.
Bumatum, atabe, bumatum. Bumatum, atabe, bumatum. Atabera, takana, atabera, takana, atabera, atabera.
Welcome, everybody. We've had a wonderful morning. Fofie, you're muted. Fofie, you're muted.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. It is really a privilege to be here. We must apologize for a slightly late start, but you know, with all things, there are challenges. We're here today to celebrate our ancestors, and so we're joyful. Our ancestors came before us, and we will be the ancestors for the generations to come. And in as much we want them to call our names, so we therefore set the example by calling the names of the ancestors who have gone before, those who have left us a beautiful legacy of teachings and practices, and all that is there to guide us through our lives. Those who had special jobs to do, the fighters, the brilliant ones. We want to give thanks today to all that has gone before, to the Charlestown Maroons for their drumming and dancing, to the abeng blowing traditions of our ancestors, to Acting Colonel Kim Douglas, Marcia Kim Douglas, for her welcome, and to the greeting of our Taino, greeting and acknowledgement of our Taino ancestors, as done by Cacique Niborish Kaimon and in song by Velva Lawrence. We want to continue with Cacique reading for us a beautiful story. And I'm not going to say anything about this story because I want you to listen very carefully to what it says. It is such an important story. Cacique.
Greetings, greetings, relatives. I'll be reading as narrated by Elder Naniki, one of the elders of the Taino community from Borinquen, Puerto Rico, and this is titled The Prophecy of Aura Sure. Oral tradition is the practice of passing on people's wisdom. Ceremonies, customs, laws, humor, and prophecies by word of mouth. I have chosen to begin my presentation in our oral tradition by telling the story of a prophecy that speaks to the present state of affairs of our peoples. For Taino peoples, there is no question that the story of our people's continuity is retained within our ancestral oral tradition and embraced in the bosom of our families. It is also in the Spanish archives, full of notorious contradictions in their voluminous paper trail of the contrived myth of extinction. In my summary of key events that take place after the prophecy, I cite those contradictions as a means of stimulating scholars and others alike to read between the lines, to be more critical of the written word, and to look behind the words for the motives that give rise to the myth of extinction and keeps it going. With that said, the voices of our ancestors traverse time and space as they tell the story of the prophecy that Aura Sure shared with the peoples on that Ariebu so long ago. So this was narrated by Elder Naniki Reyes Ocasio. Night had spread its blanket, darkness upon Mother Earth. Atabe and Great Mother Karaya had appeared in the east when the Wamo called us to the Kane. As we gathered around the great council fire, a wall of silence engulfed us. Even Atabe, Mother Earth, and all our relations seemed to hold their breath in anticipation of the telling of Aura Sure's vision. Smoke surrounded us and rose in spirals as our chanting filled the night. As always, the grandmothers and grandfathers finished telling the people's story with Cacique Kaisihu's prophecy, and then signaled it was time for Aura Sure to speak. Aura Sure began. The Kahubabas told me that just as Grandfather Kaisihu has foretold, we are at the threshold of the brutal devastation of our way of life. In the times to come, the veil of Waimazoa will engulf us. Then after 5 times 10 hands of 10 have passed, we will emerge from the obscurity of the Waimazoa. The twin moons of Venus lit up the sky, and as a radiant light descended, I felt the power with which the Kahubabas Tiobowa Tukan blessings of protection descended upon the people and the land. Then they showed me the break in time and space that would separate the people, and we grieved for all the generations that would await the coming of the four hands, four finger generation. Nothing will be the same. Unbalanced government powers conspire and deceive the peoples. They create conflict and confusion. Inequality makes discord flourish. This generation will have learned things that are unnatural to their true essence. They will have to unlearn and liberate themselves. From more than 5 times 10 hands of 10 of adversity, persecution, lies, and deception, they will be scattered like seeds across the face of Atabe, Mother Earth. The remembering will come when they heed the ancestral call and connect with the energy of the Mother Earth. Atabe on their native land, Borinquen, Quisqueya, Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, the Earth Mother Atabe secretes the ancestral wisdoms. They will gather strength as the truth emerges, for many will have spoken for us, saying that we are no more. However, it will be our turn to speak. Our words of truth will unravel and dismantle the lies, deception, and myth of our extinction. The momentum for liberation is ours. Ancient spirits will guide us to reveal the truth. We will unearth and comprehend the Watukan Kewe. The people will inspirit the vibration of this land once again. There will be a great sign in the sky for generations to come. It will symbolize the bond between past, present, and future generations. It foretells the reopening of the portal between Mother Earth and Father Sky. A great cry rang out and spread among us. Tears of Kauai filled the eyes of the people and fell upon Atabe like gentle rain. The people filled the Kane Council House with such merriment that they almost did not notice what was happening outside. Soon the rumble filled the Kane and they ran outside to see what was happening. Right before their eyes, rising in the east, Atabe birthed the biggest semi they had ever seen. The Tres Picachos, 3-point, stood under the moonlight, starry night sky for all to see. It held out the promise of protection, renewal, unification, and continuity of past, present, and future generations to come. This is the story of Aura Sure, or prophecy, which speaks towards this moment of time that we are in now, the descendants, the 24th generation, that we would be the custodians and the voices of the ancestors' call. And I honor Elder Naniki for how she has, in such a beautiful way, shared this story, and I retold it to the best of my abilities. Hahom, Seneko Kakona, abundant blessings to you all.
Ahom, we give absolute, oh my gosh, I am so overwhelmed with this story. This is a story I've loved ever since I heard it told by Elder Nanike. I am totally asking for blessings for Kasike and Miba Rish for reading this story and bringing the story to light. It is not a story that is well known in our space we call Jamaica, but it's a story that will be known because it speaks to the spiritual intelligence of our ancestors. It speaks to their ability to have had these prophecies that foretold the coming of newcomers to their space, to have foretold what would happen with them and to them as a result of the coming of these peoples. And these happenings continued because once the door was opened and the Spanish came in as prophesied in the story of Orosore, they continued to be on our island, claiming what was not theirs, bringing their own ways to us and trying to tell us that our ways were not the ways by which we should live, trying to choose for us how we should be, what we should be. Till today, we have hanging over our heads the question of our identity. And if we go back to our ancestral practices, our ancestral teachings, we realize that there's no confusion as to who and what we are. The stories are many. And after our story, there were many, many stories in between. And today we get to another story, the story of the first Maroon War, the story of the continued battle between right and wrong, good and evil, between our ways and their ways, the continued battle for the freedom to be, for the freedom to be human, for the freedom to make our own decisions, for the freedom to exercise sovereignty. As our theme says today, indigenous sovereignty is something that was lost, but not lost in a way that it evolved over time. It was actually taken and imposed upon by outsiders who came to this island with their own vision of conquest, with their own ways of being. The many battles continued because it was a big war and still continues to be, even though our tools of engagement are now different. The war started when the first outsider placed their foot on this island and put up an emblem that then attributed possession, ownership, whatever you call it, to this land, to others who were totally unknown to us. The battles continued when we were enslaved, first the Tainos, then the enslaved Africans. The battles continued when our women were raped. The battles continued when our ways of worship were demeaned. The battles continued, and the battles continue till today. The battles continued over 70-something years of injustices between the British and the enslaved Africans and Taino descendants on this island. The battles continue, and the skirmishes and everyday fights continued as there was a lack of acceptance of any kind of interference with the sovereignty of a people who knew who they were, who knew what they believed in, who were already making meaning of God, relationships with each other, relationships with nature. The battles continue. The first Maroon War was a culmination of many, 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 many hostile interactions between the British and the legal inhabitants of this place, and the inhabitants who were brought here to be made people of this place. The Maroon War lasted for 10 years, that first Maroon War. 10 years of continued battles, 10 years of our ancestors fighting brilliantly, 10 years of our ancestors not giving up, not willing to submit their sovereignty on the altar of colonialization. 10 years of our ancestors saying, no, we need to have what is humane relationships. We need to have what is desirous and useful engagements. We need to have our own way of being because we have a right to that. We have for you a presentation by Marcus Gaw, who is unavoidably not present today. And even as I miss his presence here, because he's my usual co-host, I certainly honor the work that he has to do and pray for success in what he's endeavoring to do even at this moment. We have, however, from him, a little bit of a presentation on the first Maroon War and the treaty that came as a result of that. Franco, please, let us hear it.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good
And
morning,
welcome
Marcus.
again to the 13th Annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference. I am Dr. Marcus Goff, attorney at law, and I am a part of the organizing committee of this conference and festival. So I want to also add my welcome to you this morning. Thanks for joining us in this our virtual conference and festival. So I've been asked to talk about the first Maroon War. And so what I want to do in the time that I have is just to take you back to that time, so that you can, you know, think of the circumstances that would have found our ancestors, in 1655, right? When the English decided to uh, invade Jamaica and to try to wrestle Jamaica away from the Spanish. I mean, as we all know from history, right? Christopher Columbus, as it was said, had sailed this side, and as we are told, discovered, right, the New World in 1494, right? Now, of course, we know that, of course, the development of a new world at that time was seen as a opening up of markets and opportunities for persons, for countries, for European countries, to be able to take advantage of new sorts of resources that were found, new wealth, new food and other types of materials that can be sold and of course profit these European nation states. And so there was a battle for these territories, these possessions as they were seen in the New World. And so uh, Columbus claimed Jamaica and several other islands, of course, on behalf of Spain. Now, the Spanish did not, as vociferously, it is said, go after colonies in the region as did the British, right? And as what history would tell, the British really had the majority of island states in the Caribbean as part of their empire as colonies, right? So it was that although the Spanish had the territory of Jamaica from 1655, right? Sorry, from 1494. Of course, the Spanish did not have a large military installation here, it is said. And so when the British in 1655 decided to go for Jamaica, it is said that they didn't meet much opposition, right? Because again, their forces were, outnumbering the Spanish, and in fact, because of that, they say many of the Spanish fled, right? But that war did in fact take approximately 5 years. That is between the Spanish and the invading British in 1655. And during that time, what happened is that it is said that many of the Spanish settlers released their maybe workers, or as we say, those who had been enslaved, Native Americans, Tainos, as we call them. And of course, in that respect, many of the Africans who were there before, who had already escaped, um, many of the Tainos who were there who had already escaped, would have also been asked by the Spanish to join in that battle against the English, right? And so that was, it is said, how many persons who were not at that stage already freed became freed in that fight. Now, the Spanish, as I said, didn't put up much of a resistance, and thus the British, or the English as it were, because they were not then British, the English easily took over. And in fact, the English then, right, although recognized as the colonizers and the new owners of Jamaica, of course, did not account for the indigenous peoples who were there prior, right? And so that is really a major part too of the history of the first Maroon War, in that it was occurring at a time when international law did not recognize the rights of indigenous communities, of native communities, of tribal communities, and it only recognized ownership and possession of territories that were seized or occupied by European powers, European nation states, right? So the Spanish may have relinquished their claim or their authority, but the Maroons, the Taiwan African Maroons, did not relinquish their claim and their authority in this island of ours. And so thus from 1655 commenced then this war, as it were, by the invading English forces, and at first the Spanish, but then subsequently carried forth the by the Maroons in Jamaica, who resisted the English imposition and colonization of this territory. So, of course, as history tells us, right, the Maroons of Jamaica were primarily settling in the uttermost interior parts of the island, right? In the west, we're talking about in and around the Cockpit Country, which of course is the home of the Trelawney Maroons and the Compound Maroons. And in the east, we're talking about, of course, those communities in and around the Blue Mountains, also in the uttermost interior. And of course, those families of Maroons came to be known as the Windward Maroons, right? And so in that context, then those two Maroon communities continued this fight against the invading English to ensure the preservation of their freedoms, to ensure that they would be able to survive within their traditional cultural spaces and lands and territories, and of course maintaining their cultural and other traditions that they did not want to, of course, come under the English colonizing force, right? So the Maroons, again, as we know, were tactical, right? They were very familiar with the terrain, and they were among the first to develop what is now today recognized as guerrilla tactics, utilizing the natural land spaces of the mountains, the interior, looking to provide, again, cover for themselves that they could easily strike and attack the invading English forces, and with quick speed, they could retrieve, they could hurt, they could retreat, and then plan again in successive raids and ambushes, right, across the island. And so they very much were able to, prevent the English getting a foothold here, right, in those days where it was again a struggle for freedom, right? The Maroons were organized. They had different ways of communicating, as we know, with the Abeng, and maintaining different intelligence networks across the island to know when the English were moving, where, and why, and to also, of course, track and map and to plan, as I say, different types of attacks to ensure that the English did not succeed in colonizing, right? Over the course of the several decades of that war, there were times when the Maroons would have had, very decisive victories, but then at other times the English too were able to score some victories too, and that was then a period of time whereby there's a lot of contested history too, right, in terms of what transpired, in terms of the land ownership and land rights of communities from that time here in Jamaica, as the English sought to impose English law and the Maroons sought to resist and to maintain their autonomy, despite the colonized Jamaica around them, right? But as history also tells us, it was the English forces, right, who came to the Maroons and were suing for peace, were requesting peace, trying to encourage peace, because they came to the realization that they were not able to conquer the Maroons, and that they were expending resources, they were losing lives, and would not ever be able to get the kind of tactical skills and abilities, to overcome the well-organized Maroons. And so the English then sought to engage the Leeward Maroon leader, Cudjoe, in peace treaty discussions, and the first Maroon Treaty was signed with the English and Cudjoe on the 1st of March 1739, right? So again, this was not a capitulation by the Maroon, but this was really a request that was being made by the English forces that they would not be enemies anymore, that they would recognize the Maroon rights and autonomy, and essentially they would not seek to to conquer the Maroon identity and communities. The English forces made subsequent attempts, approximately 5 attempts, to get the Windward Maroons thereafter to sign a treaty as well. Of course, the Leeward Maroon Treaty did not refer to and include the Windward Maroons, who still continue to resist after the signing of that treaty by the Leeward Maroons. But within the same context and for the same purposes, trying to secure the permanent safety and security of their communities, to be able to grow up their families, in circumstances that they could survive and thrive. Our Windward Maroon leader, Captain Quao, signed the second treaty in December 1739, and that then brought a close to the first Maroon War, right? Lasting, as it's said according to Maroon tradition, over 84 years of struggle that the British and the English waged against the indigenous peoples of Jamaica, and in that effort tried to again suppress, but were unsuccessful, and thus the treaties were what then established that relationship between the Maroons and the government of Jamaica that was formed by the invading English. Right? So on Ancestor Quao Day each year, we celebrate this mighty fighter, this invisible hunter, Captain Quao, and all our Taino and African and Maroon ancestors who resisted the invader and fought for freedom and were victorious, and who preserved for us the rights and dignity to live in a perfect state of freedom and liberty on our own lands, according to our own rules and traditions forever. And so we salute our Maroon ancestors, the freedom fighters, forefathers and foremothers who sacrificed, and who, of course, their presence continue to guide us here today and the current generations of descendants. And so we're forever grateful for their sacrifices. Thank you.
Oi nyami nyonkompong achori duongpong asasi ya awodieni sio nana oja nana inflama nana sio abiro ensa
Sa.
eja ensa
Sa.
nana numensa man for me paucho beji ensa num yo na good ensa man for ensa egungun ensa bakulu ensa and ensa, ancestors of the Ewe, the Fong, the Indian, Chinese, and all those who came to be part of the spiritual landscape of our beautiful country, first called Yamaye, now called Jamaica. We give thanks, we give honor to all these ancestors. Today we are gathered to celebrate the victory of those who have passed here before us, to celebrate the victory that is allowing and is the foundation for the freedoms we now enjoy. We call Ancestor Quao, Queen Anafua, Cupid, Quarantine, Coffee. We call Tomboy, Apollo, Duke, Pompey, Scipio, Caesar. We call Abduba, Ado, Anderson, Ball, Bernard, Brown, Bremer, Bernard, Burke, Caban, Carby, Crawford, Campbell, Charles. We call Crosby, Clayton, Douglas, Douglas. We call Dean, Downer, Duncan, Edwards. We call Hart, Hartley, Henry, Hines, Irving. We call Lumsden, we call Lumsden, we call Lumsden, we call McFarlane. We call Nelson, Pasley, Pink. We call Rashford, Rose. We call Shackelford, we call Sterling. We call Sutherland, Thompson, Wallen. We call Wright, Williams, Welch, White. We call all the benevolent ancestors of the Charlestown Maroon community and all the Maroon communities of today. We call those whose names we remember. We call those whose names we may not remember. We call those whose names are lost in antiquity. We call them today to celebrate. We call them today because there was a victory. We call them today because this victory continues. We call them today to say, we will continue the fight for more victory. We will continue the fight until we have released ourselves, not just from physical slavery, as has already been done, but from mental slavery, which continues with us. We call them so that we can say, we will fight together now to free ourselves from the colonial mindsets, practices, ways, laws that still persist on our beautiful island. We call them to say today to say, we want to know your ways. We want to know your teachings so that we can walk with pride as your descendants. We can walk in pride when we say you are our ancestors. And we can walk in pride when we say this is as a result of the fightings for ancestors. We pray for the spirit of our ancestors that they may find joy, that we might find comfort. We pray for the spirit of our ancestors that they might find family, that we might find home. We pray for the spirit of our ancestors that they might find in each other and that we may find them. We pray for the spirit of our ancestors that in all things and all ways they continue to dwell with us, that we continue to dwell with them, and that together in honor and in praise, we can go forward to many, many more victories, to many, many more celebrations. We call today the spirit of ancestors so that they may live on through our memories, through calling their names, that they may live on forever and forever, continuing in their brilliance, in their knowledge, in their wisdom. Kose, 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 kose. We will now again be listening to the Charlestown drummers and dancers.
Come faster, come faster, come faster.
I said what they wanted me to say. Some of what they wanted me to say. My head. That might not be a bad idea.
Padahal mulai gitu, mulai. Terus man.
So how I have
The ancestors establishing and reconfirming their presence as the Charlestown Maroon drummers and dancers show us that the culture is still alive, that the ancestral practices are still here, the drumming, the dancing, the celebration of spirit. We give thanks. The annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival is planned, organized, and executed by a planning committee that is, of course, called the Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival Planning Committee. There are a number of people on that committee, and today I want to give thanks, give honor to the efforts that are put out to bring this all together in this culmination as what you see now. It's been months of planning, and I'm sure that we'll do it again next year because we did it last year and the year before. So we keep going. I want to ask Mr. Richard Lumsden, a member of the planning committee, to welcome us at this point.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Lumsden, and it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this virtual 13th Annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival on behalf of the Conference and Festival Planning Committee of the Charlestown Maroon Council. The Charlestown Maroon Council, or CTMC, is a legal entity established in 2002 to promote the social, cultural, and economic development of the Charlestown community here in the parish of Portland, in the blessed island of Jamaica. The CTMC is governed by a management committee of which I am a member. The CTMC also leads the committee for the planning and implementation of the annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival, which was first held in June 2009 under the inspiration and leadership of Colonel Frank Lumsden, who was my uncle, as a platform for the sharing and advancement of the culture and rights of Maroon and indigenous peoples in Jamaica and globally. Last year, the CTMC and its wider planning committee staged the Ancestor Quo Day celebration on June 23, 2020, as a virtual one-day event due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic globally and here in Jamaica. This year, as the global pandemic continues, the CTMC Conference and Planning and Festival Planning Committee has determined that last year's Ancestor Quo Day celebration in fact represented the 12th annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival. Consequently, this year, we are staging the 13th annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival as a virtual two-day event from June 23rd to 24th, 2021. This two-day event will feature the Ancestor Quo Day celebration on June 23rd, which is today, including, as you have already seen, performances by the Charlestown drummers and dancers, the junior drummers and other performers, cultural performances to honor the legacy of Ancestor Quo and other ancestors, and representations of our common Taino and African heritage. There will be greetings brought by the colonels and heads of the Windward and Leeward Maroon communities in Jamaica and by other leaders of indigenous peoples, and we thank them and salute them for their presence and participation. On day 2, June 24th, which is tomorrow, there will be a series of virtual academic panels exploring the conference theme of indigenous sovereignty, including a roundtable on new research on indigeneity and sovereignty, a panel and a reading on Queen Nanny, a panel on regional and international sovereignty, and a panel on local indigenous sovereignty. These panels will also be interspersed with cultural performances throughout the day. We therefore wish to express our thanks to all those who have helped to make possible this year's virtual 13th Annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival, starting, of course, with our acting colonel of the Charlestown Maroons, Nana Afua, Colonel Marcia Douglas, whose exemplary leadership has been particularly evident and indispensable under the challenging conditions of the coronavirus pandemic over the past year. We also give special thanks to Okomfo Fofie of Sankofie, who has organized the program for the Quo Day celebration in recent years, including for this year. Thanks go to Professors Fran Botkin and Paul Youngquist, who are the organizers of the academic conference, which has been an integral component of this annual conference and festival since it was first held in 2009. Thanks also to all the other members of the Conference and Festival Planning Committee, including in particular Dr. Marcus Goff for his role in organizing the panels on regional and local sovereignty on day 2, and as you heard, his talk on the First Maroon War. Captain Rodney Rose for his project management inputs, and Flavius Laidley for his role in organizing the technical platform and promotion for this virtual event. Thanks to the Charlestown drummers and dancers, the junior drummers, all supporting staff and team members, and all members of the Charlestown community on whose behalf this event is staged and dedicated. Thanks to all the performers and panelists who have agreed to participate in this virtual two-day event. Very importantly, we also wish to recognize and thank our long-standing and traditional partners in staging the annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival, including the Jamaica Tourist Board, TPDECO, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, the Tourism Linkages Network, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, JCIF, and the Jamaica Conservation and Development Trust. We also want to give special thanks to the Inter-American Foundation, who are currently funding a project for cultural and ecotourism development in Charlestown, and who have provided invaluable support to Charlestown during this ongoing pandemic. And finally, thanks to all of you in the audience, at home and abroad, for participating in this virtual event. We welcome you to enjoy all or any part of the activities over the next 2 days, as together we advance foundational aspects of the vision for the annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival, as expressed by its founder, Colonel Frank Lumsden, from the Abeng to the internet, and towards a borderless global indigenous community. One love.
Thank you, Richard. Very, very heartwarming and informative. Thank you so very, very much. We want to just really say a big thank you to all the persons who have participated so far, making this a really great morning. I have been touched by so much that has happened, and I give thanks that I chose to be here today. The conversation on the Maroon War, of course, continues, and the conversation on Orosori also continues. We are not yet where we need to be, and so we continue, how should I say, struggling, fighting, having conversations, using all the tools that are relevant to us today, especially with technology as it is. We want to give thanks. We go back to the Safoyard, where Gamma Gloria Mama G. Sims is standing ready to greet us. Is Gamma there? While we wait for her to come, she is here. While we wait for her to come, she is here. While we wait for her to come.
Greetings to one and all, you know. All protocol observed. To Nana, I say greetings to all our ancestors from matriarchal ancestors. Albert Campbell, my father, my mother, father, to my mother, Jane Mendez, which connect me to the Taino tribe, my great-grandmother, Jane Mendez, and to all the ancestors that walk with I say, Akwawa, Nampunsasi Pikibu, yeah, greetings to all the sitting colonels, to the Charlestown Maroon Council, to our chief Kashike Kalan, and his wife. I say greetings to one and all. To all those that is listening in from abroad and here at home, Akwawa. I'm Gama Mama G. Gloria Sims after here in Charlestown, Maroon. I'm from Old Trelawney Town. Those that were sent back into Nova Scotia. Grandmother Maggie, yeah, Hilda Maggie and Matty Carroll from that area. I give thanks to be here in another celebration in one of the most challenging years that we have ever come across since the time fighting the British. You know, it's another fight within the spiritual way, you know. It's not physical, but it's a fight, and it can be physical because it's a pandemic. So we give thanks to be here. Many has passed and gone, you know. We give thanks for them, you know, moment of salutation to all those that pass along during this short period. You know, I give thanks to be here. Salutation to the Surinamese Maroon who might be tuning in at this time. To Aquila in Jaramogi, that we are doing a conference in Dominica this year. I say greetings, you know, amongst the many things that is happening in this time in the pandemic, you know, I have a short time here, so I'm calling upon you all, regardless of what is going on, to safeguard and preserve the tradition that our ancestors shed blood, sweat and tears for. The traditions which enclose arts and craft and culture, spirituality, one of the most profound things that sometimes, you know, the spirituality that our people saved is very much important unto us. To live that life, which has aspect in every other things that we do. If we're doing the craft, it's in a spiritual way. If we are planting, farming, it's in a spiritual way. If we do that, we are not the ones that just go to church on Sunday or Sabbath. We live our life daily. Every step we take, every breath we breathe is done with prayer spiritually, because our ancestors walk with us and they are in the spirit world, you know? So we have to pray without ceasing. We have to pray. We have to practically do what it is to be done. Our prayers are practicality. You know, not just kneel down and pray, but a practical prayer of doing, giving honors to Mother Earth, watering her, taking care, executing environmental rights. At the same time, we're giving prayers. So this is what I am calling upon you in my greetings, to honor and celebrate, salute, and live daily the laws and all the rights, the tradition, the culture that our people fought for to keep. And that is what keeps us here. That's what keeps us to our survival. You know, that was our survival pool in Moran Age. When we were maroon, it was our traditional ways of life that save us, you know, and so that preserve us until this day. And so it is good for us to honor the seasonal ceremonies, like the sun solstice we just see, the full moon, the new moon, all these things. Amidst all the pandemic things that we're doing, remember to honor those things. Yes, give thanks.
Thank you, Gama Gloria Sims. Always a pleasure to hear you. Thank you for those very important reminders to remain connected to our universe, to honor that which exists in the universe and that which affects us, affecting our life every single day. It is so important that, you know, for all the auspicious occasions, we have greetings. And the place for greetings is really almost like a sacred space, because it allows all the friends and well-wishers to participate and to put out their good prayers and blessed words to support what it is we do and what we continue to do. We have a number of greetings, and I notice some persons might not yet be here, but some are. So I'm going to go ahead and ask some of the people who are already here to go ahead to proceed with their greetings. Before I do that, however, just a little bit of housekeeping. A number of people will pop up under a different name to the name they hold. For example, I see a number of Afofofies. May I ask you, please, if you put your cursor to the right of the name that is there for you, you will see 2 dialog boxes or one that gives you the opportunity to rename yourself to your proper name. So please, may I invite you all to do that? I'll just give a minute while you focus on that. And while you do that, we're going to ask a great lady who has recently been doing even more extraordinary work than she normally does, to bring greetings from her community to our community here. It is amazing how separate we can see ourselves, yet how together we are in the world of spirit, where meaning is at its best. We want to give thanks, even as we welcome this beautiful lady from the Garifuna Nation, Lubafo Isieni, also known as Cynthia Ellis, Cynthia Marcella Ellis. She's Vice President of the Women and International Affairs at the Garifuna Nation. My sister, I welcome you, I greet you, and invite you to greet us.
This is so beautiful. It is a privilege and an honor to be in the sacred space of our relatives of the Maroons, and I just want to give thanks to our people from all over the globe. The universe is calling us to step into shifting our position of silence and oblivion. It is really awesome that, as we would say, as the Garifuna people, the people who were never enslaved, we are the people, we are the ones that we have been waiting for. And my heart is really very full, having experienced what is long overdue coming together of our people, whatever the names are, from all over the world. So it is a time, as we say in Garifuna, Shuluwada, the time has come, our time has come to bring our indigenous way of being to the world. The world has been waiting for us from South, Central, North America to other parts of the world. From the Garifuna Nation, I bring, on behalf of the President and our team, our love, our greetings, our encouragement in this sacred space. We have been here before the Europeans came. We were the first ones to be here. We are the ones who are stepping into the change to address the issues of our land rights, our lands that have been stolen from us. Land in our sacred space is really to be aware, not just physically, of what is available or what has seemingly been taken away, but what our relationship is. To take the earth and to take humanity back to appreciating the sacredness of the earth for food sovereignty, for health, for wellness, for a redefinition of what it means of mental awareness. So our language is so desperately needed in the world. I bring greetings not only on behalf of the Garifuna people, but also the other indigenous people in Belize, the Maya. We have over 800 Maya temples in our country and through entire Central America, which gives evidence and testimony to the fact that we have been in eminence in civilization, in developing the mathematical concept of zero, in our architecture, in our ways of health and healing. And so we bring that balm into this space that is so desperately needed. In this time brothers and sisters, my relatives, we come from a space of unconditional love. We come from a space of facing the trauma that we have experienced, the genocide that we have experienced. We come from a space where we embrace it with triumph, with victory, because in spite of it all, we are here to tell the story. In spite of it all, we have had our own universities, our own institutions. Now is a time where in excellence, together as we connect all over the world, especially in this time of the solstice, the summer solstice, to embrace a shift where we say the narrative, we tell the story differently. So as from the Garifuna Nation, we are not an organization. We are a nation. We are a people who stand beside as ambassadors with any nation that declares itself in the world. And we as indigenous people invite you, our relatives, to stand up tall, to break through the glass of fear, to break through the glass of silence, to break through the glass of insecurity, to break through the glass of shame, to break through the glass that we are the ones that we have been waiting for. And I just give you one line of a song that puts the compact definition of who the Garifuna people are. We have the two bloods running through our veins, among many others. The indigenous Carib, as we were called, we call ourselves Garifuna, and the African Maroonage blood that we have. And that is the basis of our triumph. In our museums, our living museums, not like the museums that the colonizers want to design as museum pieces, we are living entities, sacred beings in physical bodies where we encompass so much information in our DNA that we are having a new way of being for ourselves and for the world as we are healing. And we sing to the Orinoco River, which is a testimony that we connect with the brothers and sisters in South America. Give thanks to you in South America. Give thanks to you in the Caribbean islands. Give thanks to you in Central America. Give thanks for you in the United States, in Canada, and in the world. Remule hagu aru besungarinagu hayorogwa lule ludunale uridogu. I will stop there because another time I will sing the entire song, but I just wanted to capture the essence of our connection, which is in our songs, which is in our stories, which is in our rituals, which is in our food, which is in our dress, which is in our ways of being, which is in our way of our drums. The drums speak like the beat of our heart from one end of the earth to the next, in its sacredness, in its beauty, in its power. We send the energy of that love as the earth is groaning in Urume with the volcano in St. Vincent, as the earth is groaning in Belize, which is having the sleeping giant. Right now there's smoke around the sleeping giant mountains in Belize, and people are wondering what that smoke is about. We know what that smoke is about. The sleeping giant, those mountains have awoken. They are awakened. The earth is speaking to this honor that the other aspects of humanity is inflicting on the earth. Yet we, indigenous people, know how to honor the earth, and we are called to share this with them. The song is the song to the Orinoco River. Someone was asking, Duna Orinoco. And I close with, Inenero, 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 Inenero. Inenero, Wamalehaya, Wamalehaya, Wamalehaya. That's one of the healing songs of our Garifuna rituals. Seremeni Ebu, thank you. Much love and peace.
The ancestors are in the house. The ancestors have zoomed in. The ancestors are here. We give thanks, we give honor, we give praise, we say light and progress to our ancestors. We give thanks to all who have been bringing their messages. We give thanks to all who have been promoting the continued veneration of our ancestors from a place of love and respect. We want now to take some greetings from some very, very, very powerful persons who also honor their ancestors and who also walk in glory, having been given roles to play that challenge them and pull them into higher selves. The kernel of a community has a big job to do, not just to keep himself in balance, but to also keep his community in balance. It is never an easy job. And I give honor to all the colonels and chiefs who organize and work with communities on this land we call Jamaica. I would like to now ask Colonel Wallace Sterling to speak. Greetings,
let's hope
Colonel.
Greetings. Everyone is hearing me clearly?
Yes, Colonel.
All right. Okay. So let me go ahead. First of all, I want to say greetings to all the colonels, to all the chiefs, all the dignitaries, government officials, foreign guests, academias, ladies and gentlemen, and most of all, Maroons. This day is a wonderful day for all of us. This day is the day that Granny Nanny and her warriors had fought for. We the Maroons of Moortown, the new Nanny Town, are happy to bring greetings to our fellow Maroon communities. And as such, we take this moment seriously. It is so serious that we would never give up anything for this particular moment. We are grateful to the work that our great leader, our queen, our mother, our priestess Granny Nanny has done with her fellow warriors to bring us to this very moment that we are here today enjoying. And we are thankful for their hard work. And if we should continue in their path, we will continue to enjoy the freedom that they have bestowed upon us, because after 282 years ago, they would have signed a treaty that would have made us to be what we are today. And we as Maroon should continue to do the best that we can so that we will continue to be prosperous. But I want to use this moment to say something about a great Maroon woman in our era today. True blue John Coffey Maroon woman, a great historian, Beverly Carey. She had took it upon herself to write about the Maroons as a Maroon from in the middle of the Maroon community. And she have done some great work, and she still have more works that she's doing. This is the time that we need to use to highlight the work that our ancestors have done, and also those of us who are present today. For our Taino brothers and sisters who have made this moment possible, And when we speak to Maroon and Maroonage, we cannot omit them because we are part of that community. Our African brothers and sisters came here forcefully, but the natives that were living here, they are the ones whom we had some intermarriage relationship. They show us around. We show them things that, you know, were new to them. And all in all, everything was combined and we had a very successful war against colonial powers. Today is no different. The struggle continues, but we will do what we have to do to ensure that we continue. And I want to say a big medasi. And I don't want to go on continue because I want my drummers and dancers to use the other moments that remain to do at least 2 rounds of song. So I'll ask my abeng blower to blow the abeng to start everything. And then you sit with us, bear with us for a few moments, and then we are going to be doing what we are doing. And you can enjoy the day. And I'm going to be with you all along. We are not going anywhere today because today is Maroon Day, and Maroon Day is Maroon Day. And Maroon celebration is something that we want to have. So listen to the abeng blowers and the drummers now. So let me say my dance to everybody. Thank you for appearing with us, and may the conference continue and all is well for all the participants. We are not going anywhere today. We're going to be here. Today's Kwawu Day. Today's a celebration day, and this is what we're going to be here all about today. We are there with you in spirit and in body.
Thank you so much, Colonel Sterling, for that wonderful presentation, the wonderful words, the words of honor to the ancestor Kwawu. Thank you for honoring with your words and with your music, with the drums and the dancing. So very wonderful. We are so grateful for your participation and for the coming together to greet and honor the ancestors. We have next a greeting from Colonel Latibudir of the Scotts Hall Maroons. We will proceed with that.
Greetings, family. Manti, my people. All protocols are observed. It's an honor and great privilege to bring greetings from Scotts Hall Maroon community to our brothers and sisters in Charlestown and around the world. This pandemic may keep us apart physically. However, we are able to speak with each other, and the more we listen, the tighter we become. The more we are together, the stronger we shall be. Our ancestors won the war, not because they had a bigger and better army, but because they had each other. Today we face our own battle. Poverty, hunger, diseases, violence, families in each other, corruption, and confusion among our leaders, just to name a few. So let us keep talking and listening. The bond we make today will determine how victorious we will be in these challenges we face. Remember, a strong web will capture a lion. As we move together on this long and hard journey, we ask Almighty God, Yanking Pong, for his guidance and blessing. Don't forget, we must bring along love, passion, mercy, and understanding to clear the many obstacles we face. Good day, good evening, good night. From wherever you are, one love, one heart, the same destiny.
Again, we give thanks for a beautiful greeting from Colonel Latibudir of the Scotts Hall Maroons. He unfortunately could not be present, but had to have his voice and his spirit present in the wonderful words and messages that he has just delivered to us. I am not knowing, are there any other colonels in the house? Have any other colonels zoomed in? I am not hearing response. So I'm going to proceed with our program, a beautiful program today. And I want to just say a few things, but this for us is so very special. We are going to talk today a little bit about Kwawu. We have been talking about Ancestor Kwawu. We have dedicated this day to Ancestor Kwawu. And why is it so important for us to honor our ancestors, to venerate our ancestors? Well, sometimes it's not so wrong to be like everybody else. There is no culture that does not honor their ancestors. There's no culture who does not honor and give praise and acknowledgement to those who came before. Without our ancestors, we would not be here. That in itself is enough reason. We really don't need any other reason to honor them other than the fact that they passed this way. And because they passed this way, we are here today. And I'm sure we're thankful for our lives. But it was so orchestrated that this life that we are came through them. and that they informed and participated in our lives as we grew and as we attained adulthood. They continue to do so even when we don't know they're doing so. We continue with all of these celebrations because we want to give honor and praise to the ancestors. In talking about Ancestor Kwao, we recognize the great alliance that he was able to build with the people who were already here, who also we consider to be ancestors. And so there's a way we honor that togetherness. We honor that two sets of persons and more walked together, fought together, and saw that they could collaborate. They could collaborate to bring peace and to bring freedom to the people who were under their care. So today, in honoring Ancestor Kwahu, we're going to call Kasika Nibonrish Kaiman again, who opened so beautifully with a call to the sacred directions, to bring greeting from his Yukayeke, Yamayegwani. And this, for me, is a big part of our tribute to the collaboration of these groups of ancestors. Kasika Nibonrish Kaiman.
Usalu kalida yukuno. Nibonrish kaimandiri kasika yukayeki yame wanidaka. Ikonye wakia yakawa mun woperito. Wailino Wurinaka. Greetings, relatives. Name is Nibonrish Kaiman, chief of the Jamaican Hummingbird tribe, and today we're here to honor ancestors. We're here to honor the future generations, to bring to our awareness yesterday so that we can carry it forward into tomorrow, to bless the young ones. I bring greetings to our indigenous relatives, our leaders, community leaders, our advocates, those who are championing the cause of our people in this day and age and helping to grant us a voice to speak our truth and to share the wisdom that we've retained through our traditions, through our ancestors in this day and time, when the world needs that knowledge. The prophecy of Aura Sore, the messages and wisdom passed on by Grandi Nani, by Captain Kwao, by Captain Kojo, by Captain Akompong. All of these things are instrumental to where we are today. The theme of this gathering is indigenous sovereignty. And where some may assume that this is something that has to be created. No, no, no. Indigenous sovereignty is something that has always been. And through learning from our ancestors and their ways and upholding the traditions and teachings of the elders, of the ancestors, of the wisdom keepers, of the medicine people, of the cycles around us, we can reclaim indigenous sovereignty. So at this point in time, it's not about reinventing the wheel. It is about relearning in this day and age what was lost to carry it forward. And with that, I honor our relations here, our Garinagu relatives, our indigenous Caribbean relatives throughout the globe, and say today, Yaya Bo, Huma, Great Spirit be with us all as we honor Kwao. And in so doing, we are honoring our indigenous sovereignty. We're honoring our relations with our relatives. We're honoring the spirits that honor Atabera, Mother Earth, and so it is.
Thank you, Kasika Kalan. Nibo Rish Kaiman. We are so pleased to have you here and to have the greeting from your house. We want to wrap up this section of greetings with the Charlestown Maroon drummers and dancers, blessing us again with song and dance in the ways of the ancestors.
I don't be with them. Yeah, I don't be them. I don't dance. I come. We are gonna do everything. Come.
Welcome to Scotsall Maroon Town. This is where all the culture is, embedded in us. We will not bow. We will not surrender. We will fight for our serenity.
Shoot.
you. A big thank you to the drummers and the dancers. There are many people who refer to the African spiritual tradition as ancestor worship. And that is simply because of the position the ancestors occupy in our lives, and therefore in our culture, and therefore in our spiritual systems. That could come in any order. For us, the veneration of ancestors starts with even the funeral preparations, and where we bury our dead with ceremony and pomp. We make sure the remains are well taken care of so the spirit can release itself. We believe that the souls of the dead people live on. We believe energy is not created and energy doesn't die, and that these souls live on forever as ancestors. We remember that they play an important part in our lives and continue to do so even after death. We celebrate our ancestors, and in many ways, we celebrate them through stories, through songs, through calling their names, through doing things that they would love, through making offerings, and really just incorporating them in our daily lives. The ancestors have spoken, and they have said, if when you come to Charlestown, you know nothing about Kwao, then when you leave, you should know something about Kwao. They have said, when you come to Charlestown, if you know a little about Kwao, then when you leave, you should know a lot about Kwao. Today, we want to make sure that that happens. And so we're going to have the children, some of the children from the Charlestown community, telling us some stories about the brilliance of an ancestor whose name will live on and on. Franca, over to you. Bring the stories on.
Kwao, the Invisible Hunter. Windward Maroons, who survived the destruction of Nannytown in 1734, withdrew into the chocolate depth of the mountain. Among them was a man called Kwao. Kwao appeared to be a fairly recent runaway. At the time of the fall of Nannytown, he may already have become a person of consequence among the Windward Maroons. Certainly, in the next few years, he rose to become their foremost military captain. Kwao, male child born on a Thursday, came from the Akan people of Ghana. Their display of military prowess indicate that both Kwao and his brother Kojo were members of the Asafo companies in their homelands. His sister, Grande Nanny of the Moortown Maroons, was kin to Nanaya Asantewa, also of Ghana, who had also been a great fighter against the British. Creating an alliance with the Tainos remaining in the mountains of Jamaica, Kwao was able to become knowledgeable of the lie of the land and its medicines, and to also get the overall support of the Tainos in fighting a common enemy. Kwao, military leader. Kwao became one of the foremost military captains of the Windward Maroons. His fighting strategies were brilliant. One story tells of a refuge which the Windward Maroons had in the Blue Mountains. According to the story, the Maroons would be pursued to what appears to be a dead-end gorge, blocked at the blind end by a waterfall. The side of the gorge were high and precipitous, and the waterfall was a thundering cataract against the far cliff. It would seem that the Maroons entering that place were bound to be trapped, but time after time, pursued Maroons running into the gorge, and dozens at a time, would vanquish completely. During the time of peace, it was discovered that there was a cave behind the waterfall. Fleeing Maroons would duck through the falls, enter the cave, and then slip through a slide passage into an adjoining valley where reserve supplies of food and gunpowder were kept.
In another of the many other stories of Kwao's genius, the British assembled a force to seek out the new town of the Windward Maroons. This force was commanded by one Lieutenant George Concannon. Concannon was reinforced with 50 militer and 70 baggage carriers and was ordered to locate the town of the Windward Maroons, which was believed to lie at the head of the Spanish River on or near its banks. After 3 days of marching, they came to a place where the recent footprints of men and dogs were clearly visible. This was a sure sign that a Maroon settlement was not far away. It was getting dark, however, so Concannon and Thickness, his second in command, made camp for the night with the intention of launching a swift attack early the next morning. At dawn, sighting smoke in the distance, they moved out almost immediately. A little further, and they saw that it was coming from a cluster of houses just ahead. Forming up quickly, they charged the settlement, confident of taking its inhabitants completely by surprise. With guns at ready, they went through the 74 huts that were stood in the clearing. In each one a fire was burning, but there was not a living soul in sight.
As the British Lieutenant George Concannon tried to follow the order to locate the town of the Windward Maroons, he was being frustrated at every turn. They had found empty huts as the Maroons moved out ahead of their arrival. They had been tricked into marching deep into the hinterland and deciding to retreat, found themselves lost. No one was sure how to get back to the base in the lowlands, so they headed for the Spanish River. They planned to rest on the riverbank and then follow the stream on its downward course to the sea. In this way, they hoped to get back to country with which they were more familiar, according to Thickness, and I quote, "The rivers in Jamaica are the best passes for foot passengers except in heavy rains, and then they carry all before them." Because Thickness was second in command, he was at the rear of the column, behind baggage carriers and all. They marched hedge fashion, one after another, in single file. Concannon was up front, just behind the advance guard. Thickness was about a mile away from him. He wanted to talk with Concannon, so he asked that the militia lieutenant take his place so he could join Concannon at the head of the column. This was done. On their way to the river, they were overtaken by a rainstorm. The trail turned slippery and muddy under their feet, and misery was increased by wet, heavy, uncomfortable clothing. After a while, they could see the river, and their spirits rose. At this time, however, quite unknown to the Captain Quao scouts, had hung on to their flanks and rear. They had been under the observation of silent, fleet-footed scouts every step of the way. From the deserted village to the point where they turned back and now on their present course to the river, the scouts had kept pace with them tirelessly and always out of sight. Concannon and Thickness had been hunting Quao and his people, but now they were themselves being hunted. British Lieutenant George Concannon have been ordered to locate the town of the Windward Maroon. March for many days and arrive at it, or so he thought. Again, Captain Quao had out-strategized him. Lookout had long ago spotted the advancing force, and during the night, the occupants of the hut had gathered up their belongings and fled. They left fire burning in the hut to make it appear as if they were still there. This settlement was not, in fact, the new town of the Windward Maroon, but only a temporary resort built in the area of the good hunting and fishing it provides. Concannon conferred with Thickness, his second in command, and a young Scottish sergeant in the exuberance and anger. They advised him to burn the town and chase down the Maroons. The troops set fire to the hut and immediately set out in pursuit. It was easy to follow the trail of the Maroons because they broke and cut away the bushes as they went, dropping a yam or coconut here or planting there. March at the double. The man came upon a cooking fire over which a piece of jerk egg was broiling. They were jubilant for it. Now seems that they were so close to the Windward Maroon that their cooks had not even had time to take the food off the fire. They pushed on at even greater speed, but this was rough, broken countries, and presently they started to slow and weaker men began to fall behind. They marched until they were utterly weary, but never caught sight of even one Maroon. Presently, they stopped and turned back, but Captain Quao was not done with them. He had a plan.
Ancestor Quao Maroon Hero. Quao signed the peace treaty with the British on behalf of the Windward Maroons of Portland. The treaty was signed on the 23rd of June 1739. Quao heard the terms proposed by Captain Adair and agreed to them. Having made his decision, Quao allowed a part of the British troops to march to his town. It was only then that the British soldiers began to appreciate the strength of the place and how lucky they were that they had not been called upon to storm it. They climbed up a narrow path in single file and observed on every hand holes dug into the mountains to provide cover for the Maroons. There were also sticks planted in the earth and slanted across each other so that the guns could be rested on them. These were skillfully placed so that every angle and turn in the steep ascent could be raked with shots in the event of an attack. The troops marched to the top of the hill and then found that they had to march down another narrow path into the valley before they could reach the town. Nearing the bottom, the path widened and they were able to go to abreast. They marched into town in fine style, with drums beating and much ceremony. They came on so impressively that the women and children of the Maroons, still unable to believe that the English soldiers could enter their town on a peaceful mission, fled into the adjoining woods. However, when they saw their men stand fast and it became obvious that a battle was not about to begin, they returned. The treaty with the Windward Maroons, which appeared in the journals of the House of Assembly, has been made with Captain Quao, was signed with Bennett's name. The document stated that the successors to Quao were to be Thornboy, Appong, Blackwell, and Clash.
Ancestor Quao Maroon Hero. Ancestor Quao was one of the greatest Maroon fighters of all times. His people called him the Invisible Hunter, as he was able to attack his enemies with lightning speed and disappear into the bushes without a trace. Quao lived with Granny Nanny of the Moortown Maroons at Pumpkin Hill, Portland, during the events leading up to June 23rd. After the treaty was signed in 1739, some of Quao's people settled in Crawfordtown in the Buffalo River Valley. In 1770, a settlement was surveyed and present-day Charlestown was found. Most of the inhabitants abandoned Crawfordtown to live in Charlestown. Quao's role as a relentless fighter in the cause for freedom and justice has been and continues to be recognized by the Windward Maroons. We are eternally grateful to Quao and will honor his name in Charlestown for generations to come.
We give thanks. We honor the spirits of the children. They're children today, but they're ancestors of tomorrow. May they grow in wisdom. May they grow in knowledge and understanding. And may they appreciate and acknowledge the need to remember and to celebrate their ancestors. I am reminded of the people from whom Quao came, the Akan people, who will sing for you a song that speaks to how you behave once you know your ancestors. Samanoa ye, samano kurwa. Amin nuosu main mewu, woti asifo nadeniyo. Samanoa ye, samano kurwa. Samanoa ye, samano kurwa. Minu nuosu main mewu, woti asifo nadeniyo. Samanoa ye, samano kurwa. Samanoa ye, samano kurwa. Minunu was a mind mewu, what he asked for Nathaniel. Samanoa ye, samano kurwa. The song asks a very important question. What will you fear? Of whom you will be afraid? Of what will you be afraid when you know your ancestors? Because when you know your ancestors, you know who you are, you know where you're coming from, and you know where you're going. The stories of Quao are our stories to guide us today into where we are going and where we are coming from. And as we continue to celebrate Kwahu and the ancestors of many times gone by, we are also reminded to celebrate our more recent ancestors, those ones who have in the past few years, not as far back as Kwahu, but in the past few years have reached the land of Asamando. And the land of Asamando for us is the place where our ancestors live, from which they continue to participate in life through us and in their own evolution as spirits. In doing so and honoring some of our own ancestors, we have to do, including in our program, a slot that we identify as calling their names, because calling their names is an important way to honor our ancestors and to make sure that we continue to remember them and bring them into the hearts, into the respect of us who are living today and those who will live after us. The Charlestown community has seen some very, very important elders who are now in the ancestral realm, who have contributed considerably to the growth and development of Charlestown, who have been there in the shaping and forming of young ones. So they've contributed to the raising of the children, to the children who are there now as adults, some of them. And so today we want to spend a little bit of time calling their names. We want to start with Ma Mabel Smith. And just to say, I met Ma Mabel on one of my early visits to Charlestown and was just so impressed by her industry. She was such an industrious lady, and at that time, she was well along in age. I'll invite Acting Colonel Marcia Douglas to talk about Miss Mabel Smith, Ma Mabel.
Akwaba. Today, I would like to talk to you about a special ancestor, one that was of great value to our community, one that leave behind the inheritance of an education that can never be found elsewhere, only if you were taught by her. I want to talk about Ma Mabel. Her full name is Mabel Smith. Ma Mabel, as we would affectionately call her, would have been in and around our community. But I'll give you a little vision of her early years, then tell you some of what she have done to help our community. She was a very hard-working woman. The Ma Mabel I knew was a dynamic example to the young people in our community. Ma Mabel was a fisherwoman. She and Miss Getter would ride their bicycle to the seaside to buy fish and would ride around the community all the way to Balcarres or even Burnhamwood to sell their fish. On a Saturday or Sunday morning, you could count on Ma Mabel and Miss Getter to come by with your fish. She would have also sold fish in Buff Bay on a Wednesday. On a Wednesday, she would dedicate herself to sell fish and to take the fish for shut-ins that she would have catered for. She did not have any children of her own, but she took care of many children. She raised children that were within our community or out of our community. Even her niece, nephew, and grandnephew was known as Ma Mabel's children. So Ma Mabel would take care of them. I can remember hearing Ma Mabel voice saying, "Chris, if you go out the road and look trouble, then you have to turn out there with it. Cause me Mabel Smith nah get up off of me bottom." That was a stern warning, and within time she would take her patiently little time to say, "Be good, do good, and dwell good." She went to the Golden Age Club after a few years in her elderly life, when she was even older than we thought. She decided that she still have to do some of her great deeds and work, because early on in her life, her aunts would have been into a fashion where she would have baked very special cake or pudding for members of the community. She would bake wedding cakes, Easter bun, Christmas cake, birthday cake, or whatever it is that people would have ordered. On going to the Golden Age Club, she would have used her same skill there. That time, Ma Mabel, began to glow. She began to shine. There she had entered the JCDC festival and won many gold medals. That festival had brought Ma Mabel all throughout Jamaica. In entering the festival, her specialties were pumpkin cornmeal cake, orange ringo surprise, Christmas cake, banana sweetbread, and she would have also done a huge pudding called the Titanic. She would have also done some wine. She was a wine maker. I can remember Guinea wine, apple wine, gungo wine, bread wine. But the most interesting wine was her peach wine, as she would have got the peach tingling on the tip of your tongue. I became Ma Mabel tester after a while. That was interesting. Teaching at Charleston Basic School, I can set my watch for 10 o'clock when Ma Mabel would call to say, I have something special. When she come over, she said, Uno can't drink enough. Uno have to just take a little bit because Uno we drunk. Knowing the lovely taste of our wine, we intended to take the amount we need. And so wine after wine, from the bread wine to the Guinea wine, to the peach wine, to the jackfruit wine, to the breadfruit wine, to the wine of the Chamberlain, we would taste. I remember one afternoon she said, Uno too craven, that's why Uno drunk. And she handed us a sweet glass of lemonade to refresh us. As the year go by, she entered other competition where she would have traveled all the way to Denby. On going to Denby, she would have entered with her huge Titanic pudding. I am telling you, it was a very interesting pudding. The Titanic in itself, that pudding was made with diligence. If you ask her for a slice, maybe if you look closely, you could see through that slice that you would be given. But on having that slice of pudding, your belly would be full because it is so huge that she wouldn't cut it thick, but it would be long. The Titanic, however, was known by many because every festivity, every activities around, she would have baked and prepared the Titanic to go there. As the year go by, Mabel went on baking, making wine, so much more. As she and her friend Leonora would have their own winemaking competition. Now that's where I was caught in the midst, because having two persons making two wines, wanted to know which wine was stronger. I was the middleman in the mid. So, tasting those wines, I couldn't say to Leonora that your wine is stronger than Ma Mabel, and I couldn't say to Ma Mabel that your wine was stronger than Leonora. And so I would be tasting Leonora's wine, Ma Mabel's wine. After a while, you know what happened. I would have to be led. So Ma Mabel decided to teach me her pleasant wine technique. And in doing so, she would have tell me in parables what to do. Peach are everybody fruit, she would say. But not everybody know how to use peach. We can use peach for many different things if we try. But I am going to tell you how to make wine. On giving me the ingredients, she would always leave one for me to figure out, one for me to find a way to implement or to put in that space. If I didn't do it right, when open the jar, she could say, one ingredient's missing. Where you do with it? And so, Ma Mabel would tell me ingredients after ingredients, but missing a piece like a puzzle. So I learned to make wine from Ma Mabel using a puzzle. So apple was made into a wine. That was my very first test. And that test was given to me by my father. Little did he know that I was also under Ma Mabel School and umbrella. And so when I set the apple and Ma Mabel tasted, she said, this is lovely, this tastes good, but it wants some age. To my surprise, when she said age, I was like, what are you talking about? Age, Ma Mabel. She said, age mean to let it stay for a while. And so she would tell me bits and pieces after bits and pieces. And so I learned to make wine. The one thing I love about Ma Mabel, she would not hide the fact or how she feel if you misplace her or if you didn't treat her right. I can remember she had her cable and wireless phone in her house. It wasn't working for a while. So she came by her house to make a call to say the phone wasn't working. They asked her to come up to the office. I had the pleasure of going with Ma Mabel to Port Antonio to the cable and wireless at the time office. Talking to the assistant there, Ma Mabel speaks smoothly, but after a while she get her upset when she was telling her to pay the bill. So she stepped as if she was leaving the room, then turned around to say, a one dead husband me have. So if you know where you know, you can take that one day out of my house. Ma Mabel wouldn't each fit tell you what they are the tip of her tongue. But yet, she would guide and pilot the young people. She was a person that loved her church. She attended the Charlestown Gospel Chapel for many years, even up until death. Ma Mabel would clean the church, watch the diaries, and ensure that the wine containers were properly kept. Today, I can remember Ma Mabel for the goodness and for all the good things that she has done. Ma Mabel would have said, you can't hand pan cow and kill cow. Suck salt through wooden spoon. So today, let us teach our children to remember that if we want good, we know us have to run. That's it about Ma Mabel.
Thank you so very much. We give thanks. We say light and progress to her spirit. We are grateful for the legacy of winemaking that she has left, and I pray that you will follow her example and let that legacy go on to the next generation by also teaching somebody how to taste, but not to get drunk, mind you, not to be led home. I'm glad you're telling us those stories, Colonel. We want to move on, and I want to go next to speaking about Kenneth Douglas. I went to Charlestown under very interesting circumstances, and today I claim, and I'm sticking to the story, that it was the ancestors who led me there. But they led me there with two names in my head and in my spirit. The first name was Frank Lumsden, and the second name, Kenneth Douglas, because I was told if I cannot find Frank Lumsden, I should look for Kenneth Douglas. And I'm so glad I found Kenneth Douglas through his wife first, who was so gracious when I turned up there not knowing anyone at all, to come and greet me. And I told her, I was told to ask for Frank Lumsden. She says, oh, he's not here yet. She says, and if he's not here, I'm to ask for Kenneth Douglas. She says, oh, I'm his wife. And she became Auntie Sharon, and he became Uncle Ken. I am very pleased today to ask Kashane if she would speak about her godfather. She will be followed by Padam, who will speak of his father. Kashane? Padam? For me, Uncle Ken was a very interesting person, very interesting man. He was so proud to be Maroon and so proud to be doing what he knew to do to carry on his tradition and to pay respects to his ancestors. He was so proud to be Maroon and so proud to be doing what he knew to do to carry on his tradition and to pay respects to his ancestors. I see Padam waiting. Welcome, Padam. It will, I'm sure, be a pleasure to hear you speak of your father.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. I'm here to talk about my father, Kenneth Douglas, today, about some of the memories I've had with my father, you know. My father, Kenneth Douglas, was a very principled person, a very strict man. And he wasn't just a father for me, he was a father for the entire community, all right? His name was Father Ken, which was called by every single individual in this community of Charlestown, because he was like a community person who used to help each and every family that he could, all right? Growing up in the household of Father Ken, or Kenneth Douglas, or Captain Douglas, as a lot of people would call him, AKA Iron Man, as a lot of his friends would call him. It was a very strict and principled household of a lot of rules, you know, so you have to know what you're doing, you know, and be careful. As the youngest child, I could just simplify by saying that I've gotten beaten like 3 times a day, 7 days a week, and he wasn't abusive. I worked for it, you know. He was the type of father who was very strict. He had certain principles. If you go beyond that, there were certain precautions that you have to face, all right? But other than that, he was a man who embraces culture a lot. When they talk about community building, it was Father Ken. He's talking about town cleaning, you know, infrastructure, development for the youth, make sure the youths go to school. You can talk about my father, all right? So the work that he has done here as one of the founder of the Asaf Yard and Museum that we have here today, I really honor and cherish the work that he has done. And he's one of the main reasons I'm here as a master drummer and a captain of the Charlestown Maroon today, because my first introduction to this Maroon culture was done by my father, all right? I remember we were here at a Friday night session playing drums, and he looked at me and said, come here, sit beside me and learn something. And that night I was like sitting down, observing each and everyone, looking out and looking to see what they're doing and what I was interested about. So eventually I saw a drum, I take it up and I start playing the drum. And from then they say, yes, boy, yes, bikini boy, you have it, it's born in you. From then I started playing drums, all right? So from then I started soul searching and taking time to develop myself and moving forward in my culture, in which each and every Maroon celebration, I take the time out to make sure I've been there, especially with my company, Kashane, you know, who's in the background right now, that's supposed to join me. Because a lot of what we have done was done together. You know, a lot of school times we tell them that, hey, we have no school today, nothing's going to go on. We need to go to a compound celebration just to represent the Charlestown Maroon. All right, just to make sure we are there at this Maroon celebration. You understand me? So my father was the type of person who gave us his utmost support and, you know, a lot of strength and knowledge going forward in what we're doing. All right. So I would just like to hear something that Kashane have to say as well, and then I say a few more as well.
Well, growing up, Father Ken was a father figure to me, and he was my mentor. And on summers and holiday, we always get together. I remember one time we found 25 kids that was there at the house, and all of them was his god kids. And growing up is like, I can't even find the word to say. Yes, and every occasion we enjoy spending time with each other. He was the one that gave me my first skirt and said, go on stage and perform. And I was like, I'm not going. And he said, okay, I'm going to buy you a malta and you go and dance. And I said, okay, Uncle Ken, me I go. And we get the malta and we go up on stage and dance. And from ever since, I am here dancing. Yeah. Many occasions, we go out, even at school time. Anytime for them get trouble at school, we used to go, me and him together, gone to the school to figure out what Father have done. So we always grow up like a family here in Charleston with one father figure, asking.
Yeah, man. So, as a pioneer in the ancestral realms, also I'd like to take a minute to honor the works and the life and all the inspiration that my father given, even for me to becoming a newly recording artist, especially for this song known as Only a Wise Man, which it was a word that my father said to me that bring the light and shed the inspiration for this song. So I'd love to take a minute to recognize and honor my father, Mr. Kenneth Douglas. Yes, thank you. So going back down memory lane, I remember one evening, and actually Cashin can say this too as well. Me, Cashin, my brother was coming from school, and my brother find a padlock down by Miss Jean Gate, all right? And he took it home. And what did my father say?
So where get that padlock from? And Venkat said, I find it down by Miss Jean Gate. He said, put on your bag, back on your back. And bring back the padlock, go down there and don't bother rush halfway and come back because I'm there at time. You have to bring that padlock same place where you take it up and bring it back. He was a man of discipline.
Yeah, man, and a lot of principle. And if we can say anything, he was a man of the community, this Charleston community. And as long as I live, I will always honor the work that he did and always make sure his legacy live on. This is why I am here, not just representing me, but representing the life and the work that my father has did. All right? So give thanks, one love. Blessings.
Thank you, Kashin and Padam. We give honor to the spirit of Father, Uncle Ken Douglas. The tears are beautiful, Kashin. So don't hide your face. It is okay when we do that. We say light and progress to his spirit. Light and progress to his spirit. Another stalwart in the Charleston community. Somebody who was known locally and internationally. Somebody who opened the way for conversations on borderless indigenous communities. Someone who fought and dedicated life to achieve what we carry on today. Colonel Frank Lumsden. We want to invite a number of people to speak to Colonel Frank Lumsden. We apologize for the absence of Nana Afua Cooper, who is not well today and wasn't able to make it, Professor Nafua Cooper. Is Professor Mackenzie here? I am a little bit handicapped because there's still so many people carrying Carol Miller, Afofofie as their names. May I please ask the persons who are carrying Afofofie or Richard Lumsden as their names to put their cursor to the right of the name and go into the dialog box there, go down to rename and to put your name in. It will help me to see if my guests who have conversations to bring are in the house. I please ask if you would be so kind. Professor Stephanie Mackenzie, are you here? Okay, we'll go on to Professor Francis Botkin.
I was muted. Thank you so much, Fofier, and thank you everyone for having me here today.
A pleasure.
It is such an honor to talk about Colonel Frank Lumsden today. I met him in 2008 when I was doing research on a book about the infamous rebel Three Finger Jack. And I had asked Colonel Lumsden if I could interview him and possibly some other elders. And he said, of course, would you be interested in helping me add an academic component to our Quow Day celebration? And so a collaboration was born, and that collaboration has changed my life in so many indescribable ways. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. This event, this conference and festival, especially in this format right now, in this place, in this time, demonstrates Colonel Lumsden's vision for what he termed an Indigenous community without borders. The conference and festival brings together people from all around the world, and in some ways more easily because of the Zoom format right now. And in the spirit of the Sankofa bird, this conference also links together the past, the present, and the future. Frank brought people together as we are now because he valued inclusivity and diversity before, by the way, it was cool. Colonel Lumsden included me in the conference planning the very first year. We had very different tempos and styles, as you could probably imagine. A bush bath was recommended for me more than one time, but we worked together, we learned from each other, and I got the long end of that stick, I would say. I learned so much. Working with Colonel Lumsden changed the way that I work as a scholar and operate to some extent as a human being. He taught me to listen a lot better than I had, if you can believe it. It used to be worse. My book on Three Finger Jack, for example, features stories of Frank's Aunt Tuntun and Bobo Shackleton, and details about the natural landscape in Portland, and details about the animals in the area. Stories that Colonel Lumsden heard from his elders when he was a child. And he, as Colonel, nourished that youth elder connection. You can see how important Charlestown, how important children are to the Charlestown community. And so this tradition of intergenerational connection continues to be important in Charlestown. Colonel Frank taught me that knowledge is everywhere. I moved from the climate-controlled air conditioning of the archive and the isolation of the archive into conversations with living, speaking, singing, drumming descendants of Jamaican Maroons. And I think that I can say with confidence that every scholar, every academic that passed through the Asafa Yard has left it with fresh perspectives and new knowledges that were occasioned by these intergenerational, interdisciplinary, and intercultural encounters. So these academics, I think, have left armed with tools that can transform the modern academy. And believe me, the modern academy needs changing, and particularly at this historical moment, amidst heated conversations about such things as critical race theory. So I wanna conclude with a memory. Paul Youngquist, my co-organizer, and he's out there somewhere, he and I were walking through Halfway Tree in Kingston, coming from the archives in Spanish Town. All of a sudden, someone grabbed Paul's backpack and uttered the Jamaican version of boo. With the famous Maroon stealth, Colonel Lumsden had snuck up behind us and launched a surprise attack. This memory highlights some things about Colonel Frank, such as his mysterious ubiquity. He was everywhere. I would see him at UWI campus, at Redbone's Blues Cafe, at Cafe Blue, on the road, at the bus depot, everywhere, because he was always on a trod, on a persistent trod to make connections with people and to teach them about his culture. This memory, which by the way, when he snuck up upon us, we were startled silly, but this memory also reminds me of Frank's playfulness. A very serious, intense man, a visual artist, an intellectual, a leader, a transmitter of culture. He also was in possession of a sense of humor and spiritedness that made him a joy to work with and learn from. And I still learn from him. He's right here, right now. As he taught me, one of the most important things that he taught me, the ancestors are amongst us, guiding us towards a better future. And Fofier just spoke about this a few moments ago, about ancestor worship. And Colonel Lumsden taught me about ancestor worship. And so I say Ashe, and I remember Colonel Frank Lumsden, who was an inspiration, a mentor, a leader, a friend, and now an ancestor. So Ashe. That's it.
Thank you, Fran. That was really, really very beautiful.
Thank you for permitting me to speak.
Oh, it was my pleasure. We couldn't have done this without you. I mean, I've seen you work with Colonel Lumsden, and I heard about you long before I met you. I did divination about you. Now I can tell you. We wanted to know if it was a good thing, and it was a good thing. That's why you're here, because the ancestors said yes.
Thank you.
So we are honored to have you. At this point, I really just wanted to say, you know, we honor the spirit of Frank Lumsden, and we say light and progress to his spirit. We want to ask a few more participants, because I know, you see, when we talk about ancestors, everybody gets, you know, it's a beautiful thing. And I want to invite a few more people to say something about Frank or any of the other ancestors we've talked about just now. But I want to express a personal request, if I might, and may I ask Michael to speak about Frank? If you will just unmute your mic. If Michael is here, he might not be. Richard, could you fill the slot?
Yeah, man, no, man.
Oh, you're here. Fabulous. Oh, you were taking a wonderful pause.
Yeah, man. Well, greetings, everyone. It's just a wonderful thing to be here again.
Yes, it is.
And so I thank everybody going all the way back to, you know, who has allowed us to be here now and allowing me to speak now. It goes without saying that, you know, my Uncle Frank is probably, to put it more succinctly, one of the best friends that I enjoyed in my life and still do, as I feel him with me now.
Frank was like Fran said, a very cool avant-garde person. I never knew Frank well growing up, but he was always a very impressive, athletic, active, urbane, suave guy. You know, we always looked up to him as we always looked up to all our uncles, and he was the youngest. But I got to know Frank well when I went to college in Milwaukee,
Flavius,
and Frank was living in
this
Chicago.
section is supposed to end after
Yes, and Frank intervened in my life while I was in college, and he taught me a lot of things. Very importantly, I had to do a lot of philosophy and theology classes as part of my coursework. And in spending time with Frank, I found a philosopher, satirist, an artist, as Frank said, someone with a tremendous curiosity, tremendous openness and acceptance of life, and curiosity and enjoyment of every facet. Physical workout, he played his tennis, he took care of himself, he was very fashionable, he taught me how to tie a tie, set a pocket square. So, you know, Frank groomed me in a lot of ways and ended up playing the role of, you know, a father, an uncle, a brother, a best friend, a colonel. And it is from him that I really grew to, you know, appreciate the place and the passion that both he and Keith actually had for Charlestown. And it is something that really I have observed and advised Frank for many years, because he lived nearby. And well, when he was living at Fofier's home, he used to pass our house regularly, and my wife Robin and he were great friends, and they would, you know, cook and drink a glass of wine. And when, you know, when we didn't have any time, you know, Robin would say, "Oh, Frank, come on, let's have a glass of wine." And you know, he just enjoyed his life. He was not a materialistic person. He gave everything. And you know, he just has been an inspiration in my life and continues to be. As I said, I still feel him with me. I talk to him in spirit. And again, it's just an honor and a privilege to be able to continue to serve and advise and be with this group of his friends, his family in Charlestown, who inspired him so much, and who have taken his inspiration and done so much work, hard work, to manifest. So it's been, you know, many of us have reached to Charlestown by different routes with Frank. Again, I can say, you know, Flavius, I used to hear that name, you know, Francis Botkin, you know, Fofier, you know, you would hear about people before you knew people with Frank, you know, you knew who was on his mind and what was on his mind. And I, you know, got to engage with his mind, and iron sharpened iron, just as it was on the tennis court. He was a great sportsman and a great humanitarian. You know, he loved this work to the end. And again, this is always a fulfilling time for us. The team who have carried on the conference, and again, I can only big up Francis Bodkin and Kofier for bringing Kwao Day to reality, and, you know, just keep building. We just keep building. And I know Frank is feeling good. Frank is looking on, he's feeling good. Colonel is happy. So thanks for the opportunity to speak. It's always a pleasure. And again, welcome to everyone who is here. You wouldn't know how much it means. So thank you.
I give thanks. Would anyone else like to say a few words?
Stephanie Mackenzie is trying to get into the meeting. So she does. So I'm trying to get her that link.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Fran. I missed what you said just now.
I said Stephanie Mackenzie is trying to get into the Zoom, and she's.
Oh yes, that's the message I was getting just now, that she's having a problem getting in. So we're attending to that.
Okay.
As we speak. Would anyone else like to say a word?
Yeah, I would if it's cool. I met Colonel Lumsden in 2013 when I was beginning my research on Jamaican Maroon music. And he is part of the reason that I'm still engaged and excited to be engaged with the work that I'm doing. His openness during that first meeting, the openness during our lunch at Cafe Blue, and the interview that I had with him at Cafe Blue, and just his frankness in expressing that, you know, he was happy to have researchers come into the community, but he wanted to make sure that they knew the importance of Maroon voices in that research, listening to the stories that Maroon people told about themselves. And so that has stayed very much in the front of my mind throughout the work and nearing the end of this stage of my work. His kindness to me, I've never forgotten, nor will I. And the only regret that I have is that I was not able to come back after 2013 to see him before his death. But I was very blessed to be able to speak with him by phone when I got back, because I wanted to make sure that he knew how much he was appreciated, how much, even those couple, they weren't, I didn't have tons of conversations with him, but those couple of conversations that I did were very, very, very monumental to me personally and professionally. So yes, thank you for, I'm thankful for his blessing in my life and in my work. And I hope that he is proud and is glad that he made the choice to work with me and to speak with me. Thanks.
Thank you. So happy to have such beautiful words said about the ones we love and respect, because it is from a place of love and respect that we honor ancestors. Is Professor Mackenzie in the room? I think she's trying to get in. She's also one of the persons paying tribute to Colonel Frank Lumsden. Would anyone else? I would want to recognize. Oh, you're here. Oh, fabulous. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I am
happy to have such beautiful words said about the ones we love and respect, because it is from a place of love and respect that we honor ancestors. Is
oh yes,
Professor Mackenzie in the room?
I'm here. There seems to be a lag. Can you hear me?
She's also one of the persons paying tribute to
Can you hear me?
Lumsden. Would anyone else? We're hearing you, but there also seems to be an echo. Oh, you're here. Oh, fabulous.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can
see you and hear you. Hi, how you doing?
Yay. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll turn around here. There we go. Okay. Is the light letting you see me, or?
Yes, very well.
Okay. There seems to be a lag. Yes, but there seems to be a real lag.
We're hearing you, but there also seems to be
Yeah, there's another soundtrack in there. I don't know what's going on.
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Wait, this is weird. This is weird. I'm going to blame this on Frank.
Oh, I'm not so sure you'll get away with that.
Is this better?
Yes, that is better.
Okay, now you know what I've put my students through since I've been teaching online. So my name is Stephanie McKenzie, and I'm a professor in Newfoundland. And I wanted to thank you so much for asking me to speak about Frank. Are you guys still hearing me? Okay. So I first met I first met Colonel Frank Lumsden when I came to Charlestown for the first. Is this working?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's just background noise, is it?
Does somebody have a phone on?
Yeah, somebody has to mute. Yeah, we're disturbed. Everybody mute up. We have to mute up.
It's coming from the Charlestown tile.
English name. Which one? Which one? English name. Which one? Which one? English name. Yeah, you right now?
Michael? Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Is everybody back with us?
Yeah, we good. We good now, sister. We good. This is Egbert from Belize, Garifuna Nation, president of the Garifuna Nation. Solidarity
Welcome.
here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yes. All right.
Are we ready? Are we ready to receive
What happened with
Dr.
Stephanie?
McKenzie?
I'm right here.
Good.
Okay.
It seems like we have some quiet now. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So I'm going to refer to Colonel Frank Lumsden to begin with, and I hope you won't mind me calling him Frank after that. I first met Colonel Lumsden when I came to Charlestown. I guess it would have been 2012. And he took me up for a walk to the what was it called now? It was the Orangeville Cocoa Plantation, the ruins in the Blue Mountains. And he instantly had a positive effect on my life. And over the several years that I knew him, he grew to have even more of an influence on my life. And it was his gentle but firm principles which guided him and which he lived by, which I respected so very much. In 2013, I invited him to Newfoundland, and Newfoundland is an island in the North Atlantic. It was the last Canadian province to join Canada, and it has a very special island culture. And I invited him because I wanted him to speak at a symposium, which I created with several others, called the MAROON Mi'kmaq International Symposium. And I'll type some stuff into the chat after so that what I'm saying is understandable. Maybe I'll type it in now. So he came and he engaged in a number of activities here. This was the, I've just sent it over in the chat here. He reminded me very much of Chief Mizel Joe, who is the head of the Mi'kmaq First Nation in Conn River here. And Frank wanted to talk about what Indigenous peoples shared internationally. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in 2 seconds, but at this point, I think it's appropriate, though it's very sad, to mention something which has just broken out in Canada. I just want to do a check here. Can you still hear me? I can't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear
We
you.
can hear you very well.
My students are helping me out all the time.
Yeah, we hear you.
Wonderful. I don't know how many are aware, but it's hit the international news. And I'm mentioning this because of the work that Frank did in terms of talking to students about Indigenous rights, in terms of sharing his stories and ideas at the large symposium, and giving a lecture on art when he was in Newfoundland. Last month, just at the end of last month, it was discovered at an Indian residential school that there was a mass grave with 215 children dumped into it. Indian residential schools, the term Indian is not used anymore, it's Indigenous or First Nations in Canada. Residential schools were mandatory for Indigenous communities in Canada. The first was created in the mid-1800s. The last ended in 1996. And they were at their height in the 1940s, 1950s. They were compulsory schools, and the government agents would come in and take the children away. There were a lot of children, of course, who ran, a lot of families who tried to hide them. But the entire purpose of these schools was to turn Indigenous children white in their thinking, in their languages. And so the very first thing that would be done is their hair would be cut. Hair being considered holy was an incredible shaming ritual. They weren't allowed to speak their own languages. Their own belief systems were to be shifted in lieu of Christianity. And there were severe penalties for breaking any of these rules. The stories of abuse which have come out of these schools are horrific. There's generations of Indigenous peoples destroyed by this. It was last month. It shouldn't have come as a surprise to Canada and the international community, but it did. And Indigenous peoples who have attended these schools and those who have maintained the memories of their ancestors knew very well how many deaths and suicides and murders had taken place at the schools. And Canada has just done, the First Nations in an area called Kamloops has just uncovered a mass grave, like I said, with 215 children, the remains of some of whom were as young as 3 years old. So different Indigenous communities have now requested funding so they can begin unearthing what they know are other mass graves across this nation. The reason I mention that is because today I'm talking within the context of Indigenous knowledge, which which Frank spoke so much about, and I don't think he would mind me mentioning that today. In fact, I think Colonel Lumsden would find it crucial. What I wanted to talk about was basically some resources that are at people's disposal for introducing themselves more fully to Colonel Lumsden's ideas and beliefs, And when he arrived in Newfoundland, it was 2013, and at that point he was already getting fairly ill and he was in significant pain. You wouldn't know it. He had the energy of a mongoose, you know, the totem he wore around his neck. He was keen. He might have slept 4 hours a night. He attended everything, talked to every student he passed. He was operating with very high energy. One of the things that he did was there was a large symposium one night. Dr. Afba Cooper, who regrettably couldn't be here today, Chief Mizal Joe or Saigama Mizal Joe from Con River, whom I've referred to already, and Frank spoke to a crowd of well over 150 to 200 people. Unfortunately, the recordings are not top quality, but you can hear every word. And all of his contributions while he came to Newfoundland were recorded and videotaped. And I want to make people aware of those today because I don't know how many people are aware of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste some links in here. I think they're very important in terms of teaching people about Colonel Lumsden and about how he contributed. I'm going to turn, actually what I'm going to do first, and I'm going to try to share my screen, is I want to show you a pamphlet before I send you the links to recordings, which, do I put whiteboard on or share or just share?
Yeah, share screen.
God help me. Did I just do this? I am screen sharing. Can you see this?
Yes, we can see.
An image of Frank?
No, a blank screen.
Oh my goodness.
Blank screen.
You can see a screen.
You gotta go back to share and share again.
Okay, go back to new share.
Share screen.
Share screen. It says share screen, then it brings me to something that says.
No, you're not sharing. Does she have host privilege, co-host privilege?
That's why I don't.
Yes, everyone as panelists have it now.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe
You're
maybe
talking to somebody who's very challenged with all of this. This is my fault, absolutely. So
maybe she should send a copy to you, Flavia.
Oh, sure.
Yes, that's right. Share.
I am screen sharing, it says. So can you see an image of Frank? No?
No,
not yet.
Can I send it to
Flavia,
whoever's
send it
on
to
your
Flavia.
side right now and you can pull it up? Okay, I really wanted to show this. While I'm going to send this to the conference email. Is that what I should do? And to Fran, and maybe you guys have the knowledge there to share, because I certainly have run into a problem here. Share computer sound. Oh my, okay, forget it. I'm gonna send it. I don't want to break up my attention too much. Okay, Fran. Balkan Conference. Fran, I'm going to send it to you if that's all right.
Yes, but send it to my Towson email, not to the Maroon Conference, please.
Yeah, it's coming. Okay. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I'm here still? I'm sorry. Am I still here?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yes, you're still there.
Okay, because I can't see myself. I can only see Colonel Lumsden. So he spoke, first of all, at the large symposium, and it was really interesting. He welcomed, of course, the audience with the abeng and with rum. And Sagama Misel Joe, you could understand him as being a colonel. His formal title is chief. They opened up with the drumming, and it was a very nice, nice mixture of ritual. I'm trying to get back to Zoom here so I can get out of screen share, so I can use chat. So he talked about the history of the Maroons, and that was recorded. He also spoke in a class called Spirituality and the Environment, and he spoke with students, and in that room with him was Chief Misel Joe. And that class was also videotaped. And he also then gave a talk about art. And during that talk, you could see his art in the background. I don't know where his paintings ended up, but he was very, very, very talented, as I'm sure we all know. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send, if I can figure out how to get into chat. Okay, am I back now? I'm sorry, I went disappearing. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am so sorry. I apologize so much for this. I am going to send you the links to Frank speaking and also a link to a pamphlet about him. So
I put that in the chat. The thing that you sent to me is in the chat right now.
Okay, I can't open it up, can I?
Yes, you just click on chat. You see where it says chat on the bottom there? You just click on chat.
Okay, no, I meant to share screen. This is a link to a pamphlet that was made based on this symposium, and we highlighted Colonel Lumsden's words and isolated, some of the important things that he said. It's available online for free. And I also brought, when I came to visit him, or when I came to the Charlestown conference a couple of years ago, more than a couple of now, I brought some hard copies of the pamphlet. I don't know if they're in your library, but it would be great if so. Here is a link to Colonel Lumsden and his talk called Art as an Expression of Culture. And he brought along with him on that trip photocopies of some of his artwork. And so you'll see those displayed behind when he's speaking. This right here is the talk that he gave along with Chief Joe and with Afua Cooper. And I think this link is almost the most interesting, the time he spent with the students and the time that he spent talking about the connection between spirituality and the environment and different indigenous attitudes towards Mother Earth. So hopefully those resources can be used. Hopefully somehow they'll be spread around. Again, I just wanted to emphasize that he had a gentle, gentle spirit. And he also had a steadfast and fierce spirit. This is how I see it, in the way that he remained convicted to his principles, and that he was never swayed from his principles. So I have to underscore how very much he had an important role in my life, and I think about him very often. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mackenzie. That was really very, very powerful. As I said, Frank was not just for us. He actually extended far beyond this local space and had impact in the international arena. We want to give honor. Is there anybody else, just one last chance, who would like to say something about any of the ancestors we have just talked about? We talked about Mabel Smith, Ma Mabel. We talked about Father Uncle Kenneth Douglas. We talked about Colonel Frank Lumsden. And I just want to make one other call for anyone who would like to say a word in honor of these ancestors. Going once. So we move on. We want to thank you all for having participated and given us the opportunity to honor not just those of way back, but those of not so far back, those with whom we walked this earth, those with whom we talked, those whose dreams we supported and who supported our dreams, those we sat with to make meaning, and those we sat with to do. We give honor to their spirits and we say light and progress to these ancestors. If the Charlestown drummers and singers are ready, we'll have them now. If not, we'd like to greet Boyanani. Boyanani, are you in the house?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Welcome. It is such a pleasure to have you, to see you. And you need no introduction to Charlestown, actually having come from Plum Valley yourself and claiming Plum Valley. So I will just let you go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am doing, well, on the request of Nana Fofie, she asked me to read a chapter.
Oh, but we're not seeing you. I'm sorry.
No. All right. I'm going to share screen. Can you see the screen?
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right. So on the request of Nana Fofie, she asked me to read a chapter from my children's book, Boyanani, A Taino Girl's First Adventure, that was published in 2019 under Plum Valley Publishing, which is my small publishing company. And it's a children's book targeted for kids from ages 7 to about 12, but it can be read to those younger. And today I'm going to be reading from chapter 4. And Boyanani is about 10 years old, and she lives in a village called Yuke, which means white earth. It is reminiscent and also referencing White Mall, the famous Taino site in Jamaica, our largest and longest occupied. And her father is the cacique, and the story takes place in a day in her life. So reading from chapter 4, I'll begin. Not too far from UK, Boyanani passed the Konoko plots of land that were cleared and burned for planting their crops. The Taino farmers sometimes shaped the land into terraces and mounds in which they grew yucca, arrowroot, yampi, and batata, or sweet potato. Takahi, Boyanani called out, greeting her fellow villagers. She waved to the women working in the Konoko. Women diligently using the koa. I'm going to share a picture so you can see what the koa looks like. All right, can you see? Can you guys see?
Yes, we see it.
All right, so here she is in the Kanuku, and we see women diligently using the koa, which were sticks for digging the soil. Boyanani could also smell ripe anana or pineapple that have been planted in one of the rows. Oh, how much she loved anana. She stopped briefly to watch a woman prepare the mound. Boyanani then walked down the hill, enjoying the lush green surroundings. She could hear a pair of bihani, or doves, cooing, and the industrious inriri, or woodpeckers, drilling away. She knew she was some distance from the Yukayeke, as she had reached Ama Kaona that ran along the foothills of the Yuke Hills. Boyanani considered how she was going to cross the Ama. She walked to the nearest point. She looked around and saw a tree that had fallen into the Ama. So she made her way cautiously along the length of the tree and then swam the rest of the way to the opposite bank. When she reached across, her haba, or basket, was soaking wet, and her kasabi and arepa were soggy. Ooh, wet kasabi and arepa, Boyanani said, looking at her poor haba. She sighed, but was determined to continue on her journey. From the banks of the Amakaona, Boyanani followed a well-worn footpath until she reached a cluster of boulders. These stones were special, as they had many carvings on them. She remembered Arokoel Mokaro telling her that these sacred boulders were markers. If she went left, the path would take her along the coast to Manatee Bay. The bay got its name because of the many sacred manatee, or sea cows, that lived in the waters. Turning right of the boulders would lead her up to Kasiba Yuke, the burial cave associated with her village. Boyanani's people buried their loved ones in different ways. Sometimes they were interred in the ground, but occasionally select bones were placed in urns or used as asemi. Special people, she was told, were buried in the caves. These caves were very sacred to her people. Her grandfather told her about their creation story, in which the first people came from the Kasiba. Boyanani had never been to the burial cave. Although she was curious, it was a sacred place, and she knew she must show respect. It was not a place for children. So Boyanani went left and walked until she reached Manatee Bay. Boyanani looked up to the Tire, the sky. The sun, or as the Taino call it, Gue, was high. Boyanani realized that half the day had passed. She needed to be back at UK before dusk. Boyanani was tired after all that walking. She would rest for a bit before continuing to the waterfalls. Boyanani looked at the body of water. The Bagua had varying shades of blue, ranging from light in the shadows to dark in the deepest parts. She could see fishermen in their canoa. A few were throwing nets. One fisherman caught her interest. He was tying a cord on the tail of a remora, also known as the suckerfish because of the suction plate on its head. The fisherman threw the remora into the dark blue bagua. Boyanani drank some water from her gourd. As she watched, she realized the remora had attached itself to the shell of a large carre, the hawksbill sea turtle. There were loud splashes in the bagua as the carre struggled to free itself. After some time, the movements of the turtle slowed. Soon, it was the fisherman's turn to struggle to fit the large turtle into the canoe. Boyanani felt rested after her break, and she got up and walked along the beach. Further along the shore, she heard laughter and saw a group of women and children digging for clams. Takahi, Boyanani said, as she greeted the shellfish collectors. Hold on, I'm going to show the next illustration. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Hahom, they replied, which means thank you. Oysters, clams, and crabs are rather tasty, she thought. The women used sticks to dig for shellfish buried in the mud. The children were having fun chasing crabs. The crabs tried to defend themselves by snatching at the children's toes with their claws, and the children giggled as they continued to taunt the crabs. Little ones, Boinani said, shaking her head, thinking herself too big for such games. As Boinani walked along the beach, she saw a pathway that she remembered from the last time she visited the waterfalls with Bo, her brother. She turned on the path and began climbing a low hill that led to the waterfalls. As she made her way uphill, she realized that she was passing the Hahiti swamp, the black swamp. Hahiti swamp was the home to the barking crocodiles. Boinani spotted the crocodiles below in the black depths, their eyes and snouts barely visible above the water. She giggled, remembering the story her grandfather had told her about how the crocodiles were punished by the sun god. One day the sun god came to earth, and while fishing, he was disturbed by the crocodile. He got upset and gave the crocodile great blows with his club, and this resulted in its flattened snout and the indentations on its head and tail. And this is the end of the chapter.
Wow. Thank you so very much, and congratulations on writing and publishing that very beautiful book. The stories to me are so fabulous. We wanted to have played right after Boyanani's presentation a song about the sea turtles because of the role that the sea turtles played in the life of those ancestors. They're you could say sacred because they satisfied so many different needs. Is Kasika Kalan still in the room? Is Kasika Nibelrish still in the room? Seems not. Kasika? Yes. So Leslie Gale, I don't know if you want to comment a little bit on the sea turtles.
Well, the sea turtles are a very important species. They were associated with Taino mythology, and of course were sustenance and very important to indigenous peoples and to contemporary societies. And we've been blessed to have not just the hawksbill, but the loggerhead, the green sea turtle, and of course we have other freshwater turtles in our environment, and I hope we will continue to be sustainable and to take great care of these beautiful animals.
Yes. And just to share with you a comment from the chat that says, and it's from Garifuna International Indigenous. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you for the beautiful reading and gorgeous illustrations. And I think this is certainly one thing that characterizes this book. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful illustrations. We give honor to your spirit, Leslie Gale, Boyanani, Atkinson Swaby. We're moving right along as we encourage you. I'd like to encourage you because we're not able to play this here, but I still wanted to introduce the Song of the Sea Turtle. So if you could go on YouTube at your leisure, this program is on the Maroon website, so you can go look for the name of the song at any time. So here's your reason to visit and revisit and play for yourself the Song of the Sea Turtle. It is so beautiful. I really cannot think of something that would have been more beautiful and more fitting to have had this point. So you will go hear it later at your home in the, on your own system, the Song of the Sea Turtle. It's a song that was written and performed by Cacique Roberto Mucaro Borrero and friends. Please visit that song. We're fast approaching and going along very nicely with our program, approaching the closing moments. I would want to ask Mr. Michael Lumsden, again, who is part of the Charlestown Maroon Conference and Planning Committee, to speak again a little bit about what the dreams and visions of the Charleston Maroons are at this point in time. How are we going forward? Where do we see that we are, and how are we going forward?
Good afternoon again, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And greetings and welcome to everyone who has joined us and spent the day with us. And we look forward to spending the day tomorrow and many more such days. You know, this is what we are about right now at Charlestown. My heart is full as I sit here, representing the team that each year puts together this conference and presents it. It is such a privilege to work with this team. Again, a very unique, diverse, committed people. And something we look forward to each year. You know, it was born of a dream. And, you know, since the topic today is dreams and vision, it is first and foremost, I have to preface, it's my privilege to speak on this topic, only having made reference to, you know, the Maroons living in Charlestown. I do not. And so it's with that in mind that I just offer these remarks and thoughts. So, our dreams at Charlestown are the dreams of our ancestors to be a free and sovereign people. Our visions at Charlestown are the visions of their battles and struggles to survive genocide, to survive, and to leave a legacy of a sustainable way of life in the Maroon villages established after the signing of the treaty. And this is what we honor and celebrate in Charlestown today, along with all the other Maroons in Jamaica, our brothers and sisters. The 13th annual Quao Day celebration and conference. And each year we strive to bring a better and as wonderful experience each year. So this even today is the expression of dream and vision. We believe that indigenous knowledge and the practice of our Taino and Akan ancestors are what is essential, or what has been essential, to our survival and to their victory. Those things which we have seen today, speaking, drumming, storytelling, we didn't get to present the fullness of our conference with all the food and the crafts and the full experience, the wellness. But these are the things that we believe, this knowledge and this practice is what has sustained these communities over the years. Practice of our ancestors. As so many people have spoken eloquently today, so I'm not going to speak more than that. The conversation today has been so wonderful, fulfilling, right up to this last presentation. So on theme, so rich, but yet refreshing and light, you know? It's wonderful. So, how we have expressed it, you know, in conversation and with Frank and over the years, could be something like this. What does it mean to be a free living Maroon in Jamaica today? You know, what does it mean to be a free living Maroon in Jamaica today. So that brings us from time to now, and we won't tell the story. But that is more the question that we face. And this is obviously a question Frank posed, to us, all of us many times, and through his example and through his work. So you could say at CTMC today, Charlestown Maroon Council, which, is a representative of the Charlestown Maroon people, it is now our mission to take this baton forward and to turn some of these and those dreams and visions into reality. These are plans which have been forged over many years from our time and associations with people we've spoken so much of today. Colonel Frank Lumsden, Father Ken Douglas, Keith Lumsden, who you saw enjoying himself on stage today, Yabuna, and so many others, elders who we revere. I'm reminded of my dear cousin and our colleague, Garth Lumsden, who put in time with another of our beloved elders, Mama G, in establishing and working on behalf of Flagstaff and the restoration of Flagstaff. We don't forget these things. And these are the people and the efforts we honor. Today, even as we move forward, we certainly believe in honoring our relationships and traditions with our leaders in the other Maroon communities. Colonel Sterling, former Colonel Prier, former Colonel Karen Williams, all of these men who worked along with Frank and both groomed and were groomed, who exchanged, and like iron sharpened iron, they worked together to forge these plans, which we are speaking of today. So it's that which we, look to going forward. It is our dream to preserve the abundant wealth of lands, forests, rivers, the Blue and Jonquil Mountains, Cockpit Country, Goat Island, Dry Harbor. These are not dreams, these are struggles for today, and we struggle for today. It is our dreams and visions to tend and preserve the bush, the forest, the animals, the herbs, science. Oh yes. And all of these things we work at. Kim is following in the footsteps of Ma Mabel, I can tell you. Kim gave me some lychee golden wine the other day, which I can tell you, that was not ordinary. We have a lot of these things in reserve, working on. We're not sitting by. So one of our primary dreams, purpose, and vision is to preserve this, to learn it, to document, to bring it forward to the forefront, to live it as Mama G said, and thereby hand it down in the form of schools, in the form of conferences and conversations like this, in the continued establishment and broadening of the museum and the academic linkages, which are so strong and which Frank loves so dearly. So these are the things that we still dream and vision on, but we work to manifest now. So that the future generations of Maroons And all Jamaicans can enjoy and know these things and have them available. Because this is not just for Maroons alone. We are Jamaicans. And I would say that the question now is expanded. What does it mean to be a free, living, indigenous person, tribe in this earth today? For the question is bigger, much bigger, as we know. And one of the things just, which I was touched by not even touched by in the last presentation, is its gentle truthfulness, its forward-lookingness, its delivery for the children of the future. So this is available to us. And I feel it today, the sharing of this, I think probably brings us to, or brings me to, what I think is our most important vision now, and the one we must manifest now, and that is the vision of unity. We have spoken how unity brought us through. As I look and we go through this pandemic time, one of the things that I've looked at more and more is indigenous people and the ways of indigenous people. And as we speak of dream time, it's obvious that indigenous people share a knowledge of dream time that we may be in danger of losing. So let us not lose it. It's really striking how common the images and metaphors across the globe are of this dream time. Our dreams are the same dreams in so many ways. So it's for us now to join, as Frank instructed us before his parting, unite. Unite the Windward Maroon. Unite the Leeward Maroon. And we look forward to hearing from our brothers, Chief Curry, Chief Grizzle. We're waiting to hear from you. Unite all the Maroons of the Caribbean, Central America, South America, and Frank began that process. Touched all these countries. Unite with the indigenous people all over the globe. So many memories. Dr. Mackenzie, I remember that trip well. We send our best to Dr. Cooper. We remember her well. These bonds is what we must preserve. These bonds of friendship must be restored and burnished in this time. And that is what we are committed to at Charlestown now. And this is the mission of CTMC. A young, vigorous, talented, committed team, groomed by Colonel Frank and will to carry on. So I'm going to leave you, or I should say, I'm going to thank you all for being here, and let us continue to be inspired by these conversations. And I'm going to leave the last word to our talented young leader, Acting Colonel Marcia Kim Douglas, and her great team, captains, drummers, dancers, workers. Thank you. Colonel, over to you.
Thank you too. I must follow up on what Uncle Mike has been really saying. I mean, we have been through a process that takes us where we are today by learning the things, the way of our ancestors through the different teachings, the different way of life, the different way to preserve. One of our dream and vision that we see practically coming through is from the Abeng to the internet. And the other one that is also important to us, a borderless indigenous community. So it doesn't matter where the communities are, we can reach them. We can reach from the Abeng to the internet. There is no border that can prevent us from being there or from going to where we want to go. And so our vision is to ensure that our cultural activity, our culture is preserved, and that we learn more from the elderly that are here, that we can pass it on to the generation to come. So it is utterly important to teach our youth and to ensure that we reinforce the cultural activity, the way of life, the love, and so much more. I want to thank you so much for today, this Quo Day, because it has been a day of fulfillment. We want to just say we enjoy every moment of it. The program was really wonderful. And of course, we want to big up Madame Fofier. Madame Fofier, big up yourself. You know, we at Charleston can't say, oh, we thank you, Madame Fofier. We have to say, big up yourself, live and direct, Madame Fofier. Man, you know, this job is yours, you know. So you can't run from it, no here, no time, nowhere. If you're even there where you work, you have to do. You have to MC the program, right? So this is a call on you. This is something that is laid upon you. So with or without Marcus, you have to be there. So if Marcus not even got there, it's your call. And want to thank Uncle Richard. Thank you very much. Thank you, presenters, Stephanie, the whole team, Franny, Charleston Maroon drummers and dancers. Big up on yourself. Thank you once more. Keep the thing lively, keep the thing going. Of course, we'll be doing a series of drumming to keep the flow on. And we want to just take it all up and say, you know, keep yourself lively. Tune into the drumming, keep tuned. Madame Fofier, back over to you. With that, I say, Medasi, Medasi, Medasi.
Thank you, Acting Colonel Marcia Douglas. I was wondering how you're giving me a job and making me redundant at the same time. But we will talk about that. I just want to give honor today to all those who came out, zoomed in to help us celebrate, you know, the beautiful ancestors of then and now. It is so important that we do this that sometimes it makes me wordless. You know, I find myself without words to explain just how critical this is to our lives and how it is to our future. There's a way you discover that you can do so much when you know what your ancestors have done. There's a way you discover that you're stopping short when you see how far your ancestors traveled and that you have in your blood their determination, their strength, their courage to go. Sometimes if only we knew we can fight like them because they are us and we are them. We still carry that, how you say, that lack of love for injustice. And so, you know, as Jamaicans, we are this and we're that because we will not stand for some kinds of injustices and indecencies. That's because our ancestors did not. And we remember, I call it our DNA memory. And one ancestor says DNA means divine natural ancestor. This is not what some people call it. It's divine natural ancestor, because that is what runs through our veins, our divine natural ancestor. So if we can remember that and remember who we are, we can say today, we give honor and praise to all the ancestors we call today. We give honor and praise to all the ancestors whose names we didn't call today. We give honor and praise to all the ancestors whose names are lost in antiquity. But we give honor and praise to all the ancestors who continue to live through us today. I want to thank the Charlestown Maroon community. I want to thank the planning committee. I want to thank Kasika Niborish Kaimon. I want to thank the elders, Elder Nanike Reyes Acacio, Elder Inaru, We want to thank Dr. Marcus Goff for his special presentation. And Marcus, I was so impressed. I was so thrilled with that presentation. We want to thank the persons who made contributions today, Mr. Michael Lumsden, Mama G, Colonel Sterling, Colonel Latibudir, and his community group. We want to thank Lubafu Isieni, Mrs. Cynthia Ellis of the Garifuna Nation. I saw also in her presence her how you should say, colleague, Mr. Hignew. I greet you. We want to thank you, Kashane and Padam for the beautiful presentation they made. And I want to thank Professor Stephanie McKenzie and Professor Francis Buckin for the very beautiful words they contributed regarding Colonel Lumsden. We send healing blessings to Professor Nalfua Dyson Cooper, who was not here today because of ill health. We want to give thanks for the beautiful story from Leslie Gale Boyanani Atkinson Suebi. We want to give thanks to everybody and all the spirits of the invisible space who were here today with us and who guided and guarded all that we did. All the ancestors who received today with graciousness. We made many mistakes, but the ancestors, there's a song where we ask them to look at the things we do beautifully, but can they please just turn their eyes a little bit away when we do things not so well? I call upon the spirit of that song today as we ask them to see and receive what we have given from our hearts to them and their spirit, that we have called their names. Franco tells me he has something very special for me, and it's a gift from him to me, and I'm receiving it so beautiful, Franco. Franco is going to play a little bit of the song of the sea turtle.
To the 48, to the 48, to the 48. O kama watukan semi achiano. O kama watukan semi Tobaiko. O kama watukan semi Koromo. Oka magwa tukan semi rakuno. The song to the Kare, the song to the Kare. Our people is to harvest the resources of the sea. At that time, the sea turtle, or the Kare, in Taino, we say Kare. The Kare was a very important part that people would harvest the eggs, not only the eggs, but sometimes hunt the turtles. And some of the Spaniards, when they first came, they were amazed. Some of these turtles were so large, they said that 6 men could fit inside some of the shells. We're calling the sea turtle to us, and then we're thanking the sea turtle for its generosity.
Thank you so much. We have to give a big thank you to Flavius and Franco, the F team, for the job they do in putting together these technical aspects of the program since last year when we started zooming in. You see, Kwao is zooming in now. We want to go out today with beautiful thoughts of our ancestors. I'm asking all participants to go home and do something beautiful for your personal ancestors. And the Maroon singers, the Maroon drummers and dancers are going to take us out now in fine style. We'll see you next year. Light and progress to all our ancestors.
We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Day 2. We'll see you tomorrow, day 2.
For this year. We'll see you tomorrow for the continuation of this year's conference.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Charlestown drummers and dancers, take us out. Take us out dancing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Charlestown Maroon dancers and singers closing out our Quao Day celebration for this 13th annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival. As we say, the conference continues tomorrow with exciting conversations on various panels regarding Indigenous sovereignty. Please join us again right here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So it's over and out from us here at the Quao Day celebration. Please continue to celebrate in your minds and hearts. It's over and out.